Chapter 1963. The undying force within the 18 undying royal guards had been accumulated over several thousand years after all. It was extremely vast. Even though the annihilation sword intent could destroy it and make it disappear, it required a certain amount of annihilation sword intent. As a result, the wounds on the 18 immortal royal guards actually showed signs of healing after a period of time. This was because as the obliteration sword intent constantly destroyed the immortal royal guard's undying power, it was also constantly depleted. Just a single strand of the obliteration sword intent was shockingly powerful, but it was unable to completely obliterate the immortal royal guard's undying power that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Chu estimated that if he wanted to completely destroy the 18 undying royal guards, he would have to use up all of his annihilation sword intent and replenish it again. Only after doing this over a dozen times would he be able to do it. Even though the undying royal guards were strange and powerful, making them extremely difficult to deal with, they were nothing to Chu. As a result, it was impossible for him to waste his sword intent on the 18 undying royal guards. Apart from the annihilation sword intent, there were other ways to deal with them. Everyone immediately took action. They split up the pieces of the undying royal guard's body that were about to heal and put them into different interspatial rings. The inside of a space ring was a space of its own. It was a static space without air or energy, so it was unable to store living things. However, the saints of the royal family all possessed space rings. They could easily obtain several hundred or even more space rings by using materials on the ground. The shattered flesh of the undying royal guards was immediately placed into different space rings by everyone. There were hundreds of them in total. Even if they could rapidly recover and could be said to be undying, they could not break through the restrictions of the space rings. Afterwards, as a further precaution, space flow tore open spatial cracks one after another and sent the space rings in. The several hundred space rings were sent into several hundred different spatial cracks. It had to be known that the space within the spatial crack was boundless and filled with spatial turbulence. Once one entered it, there was an 80% to 90% chance that one would be completely lost. Moreover, this was a spatial ring without any intelligence. It could be damaged in the spatial turbulence, or it could be transported to another world. In short, as long as the flesh of the undying royal guards did not gather together, they would not be able to recover. The secret room of the Imperial Court Divine Mountain was located within the Divine Mountain. It was heavily sealed, isolating all auras. As a result, people outside could not sense any aura ripples from the room, and the people inside the room could not sense any aura ripples from the outside world. The originally pitch-black room suddenly lit up. Clearly, the Battle King was sitting cross-legged in the room. In front of him, streams of energy were shuttling back and forth, entering and exiting a pair of pitch-black metal gloves. After that, the streams of energy returned to his body. With a flash, the pitch-black gloves appeared on the Battle King's hands. It was a perfect fit for him. Sensing the power contained within the gloves, the War King couldn't help but laugh out loud. Once one's strength had reached his level, it would be extremely difficult for him to increase his strength. One should know that he had been stuck at the advanced third refining level for 20 to 30 years. However, he had only increased a little, and it was not obvious. Now, after obtaining this pair of gloves in the Great Demon Burial Abyss and refining it, even though his strength did not increase, his attack power had skyrocketed. At the very least, my attack power will reach the peak of the advanced third refining level. The War King estimated and said to himself, if I can obtain Chumu's secret technique, my strength will definitely increase. After spending half a year, the War King had finally refined this pair of gloves. This was an upper-tier spiritual artifact called the Cloud Rubbing Hand. It was the weapon of a demonic cultivator from the ancient era. Fortunately, it had not been destroyed, and its power was astonishing. Since he had refined the Cloud Rubbing Hand, it was time to leave seclusion. After the War King left the room, He immediately felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be an unsettling aura in the air. It was different from before, causing the War King's expression to become serious. His spiritual energy instantly spread out and covered the entire imperial court. The War King's expression became extremely ugly. He saw the collapsed palaces in all directions, completely turning into ruins. He also saw Chu Mu and the other 5 standing above the ruins of the palaces. Chu Mu, there is a path to heaven, but there is no door to hell. The War King's voice was filled with fury. It was like 10,000 bolts of lightning. A terrifying aura instantly soared into the sky, stirring up the clouds. He didn't hold back at all. His fury and killing intent poured out in an instant. Wearing the cloud-rubbing hand, the War King instantly appeared in front of Chu Mu's group and punched at Chu Mu. This punch could shatter a mountain. It displayed the full power of the peak of the 3rd refinement. Even the void was unable to withstand the pressure of this punch. It directly shattered, and pitch-black cracks spread out in all directions. The Battle King's fist was only aimed at Chu Mu because he clearly understood that Chu Mu was the true enemy. The others were like ants. Although 2 of them had auras that had reached the 3rd refinement, they were only at the initial stage of the 3rd refinement. In his eyes, the strength of an initial stage 3rd refinement was not much different from an ant. Even though they weren't targeted, the aura of this punch still made them feel pressured. That kind of pressure was like a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard for them to move. The War King's terrifying strength once again shocked them. This punch also made Chu Mu feel pressured. The peak of the advanced 3rd refining level's punch was incomparably terrifying. It could easily shatter a real mountain. Sword domain change. 10,000 truth breaking force. Blood prison burning heaven. Annihilation spiritual sword. Tao severing sword style. The sword domain change increased the power by 10 times. The 10,000 truth breaking force increased the power by 10 times. After reaching the low rank demon spirit body, the blood prison burning heaven increased the power by 11 times. Under the combination of the Annihilation Sword Intent and Annihilation Spiritual Sword, the Tao Severing Sword Style's power reached a shocking level. Nothing could stop it. Under the long and straight sword light, the space was directly cut open as it slashed towards the War King's punch. That punch was like a dark, demonic dragon coming out of the abyss. The collision didn't cause a huge explosion as expected. Chu Mu's Annihilation Sword Intent directly cut open the dark, demonic dragon's head like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable. From the beginning to the end, the dark, demonic dragon was directly cut open. The tyrannical and sharp sword light attacked the War King. This sword made the War King jump in fright. He didn't expect that after refining the cloud-rubbing hand, he would be able to reach the peak of the advanced 3rd refining level. However, Chu Mu's strength seemed to have increased as well. Moreover, the aura contained within this sword made the War King's heart palpitate. He didn't dare to face it head-on. Cicada shedding carapace. The War King used a secret technique and used his long robe to replace his body. The robe was cut apart by the sword light, and he appeared in another place, safe and sound. He was wearing a set of battle armor that shone with a silver-gray light. It looked extremely simple and heavy, but it had a shocking defensive power. This was his War King armor. With the War King armor, his defensive power had reached the peak of the medium-rank spiritual tool. With the cloud-rubbing gloves, his offensive power had reached the high-rank spiritual tool level. The War King's battle power had increased once again. However, this still wasn't enough. With such strength, he still couldn't kill Chu Mu. Facing an enemy like Chu Mu, the Battle King was very clear that he had to use absolute strength to kill him. He didn't leave a single trace of life. Otherwise, once he escaped and hid himself, after a while, he would become even harder to deal with. This wasn't a guess, nor was it nonsense. It was the truth. It had been proven many times. The War King quickly took out the Imperial Medallion and planned to summon the Imperial Guards to join forces and kill Chumu. However, he didn't receive any response. Are you looking for the 18 unkillable people? Seeing the War King's actions, Chumu asked with a smile. That smile and the content of his words made the War King's heart skip a beat. His expression drastically changed as he sensed that something was wrong. As expected, Chumu said something that made the War King feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. The 18 of them have been completely dismembered and placed in different spatial cracks. If you have enough strength, you can collect them. Perhaps you can even piece them back together. The immortal Imperial Guards were indeed very difficult to deal with. Their primordial spirits, flesh, and armor had all fused together. Therefore, it was impossible to kill them by targeting their primordial spirits. They were truly unkillable. However, that didn't mean that there was no way to deal with them. The War King's face turned ashen. The 18 immortal Imperial Guards were the Imperial Dynasty's secret force. They existed only to protect the Imperial Dynasty. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful and couldn't be killed. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, once they joined forces and formed a battle formation, their power would be even more shocking. It was enough to fight against a fourth refinement expert to a certain extent. Why had the 18 immortal Imperial Guards failed and been dismembered? Could it be that Chumu had the strength of a fourth refinement expert? What the War King didn't know was that the 18 immortal Imperial Guards didn't even have time to form a battle formation before they were attacked by Chumu. That battle formation required the 18 immortal Imperial Guards to form together in order to unleash its full power. In an instant, 3 of them had been destroyed by Chumu. In the end, they were naturally dismembered and exiled. Without the support of the 18 immortal Imperial Guards, the War King had no choice but to rely on himself. Supreme War Demon Body. Taking a deep breath, the War King roared. Boundless heaven and earth Yuan Qi gathered, forming a storm in the void. With a roar, it all poured into the War King's body, filling it endlessly. The War King's body began to expand. The intense void storm almost blew Feng Wuhan and the others away. Even Chumu was slightly affected. He had to stabilize himself, but it was difficult for him to get close to the War King. Very quickly, the storm calmed down, revealing the War King's figure. Chapter 1964. A huge figure stood in the void, exuding an incomparably heavy pressure. The Battle King's body expanded from its original appearance, turning into a 3-meter-tall giant. The Battle King's armor and the Cloud Contact Hand also increased in size. This was one of the abilities of a spiritual artifact. As for the skin that was exposed outside of the Battle King's armor, it turned into a dark copper color. It looked extremely thick and heavy, and possessed an astonishing defensive power. Every muscle was jutting out just right, as if they were made of steel. They didn't look bloated at all. His muscles were filled with a shocking, explosive power. It was the perfect combination of strength and speed. Supreme Battle Demon Body. This was one of the secret techniques that the Zhanwang had grasped. When he used it, his body would swell, turning into a small giant. The aura he emitted would become even more powerful, and the pressure he felt would become even more intense. However, this was merely a change in his external appearance. The internal change was that his strength had soared, and his speed and agility had also increased to a certain extent. Moreover, his black copper skin was like a layer of copper skin. It possessed an astonishing defensive power, and his self-healing ability had also clearly been strengthened. All in all, when the Supreme Battle Demon Body was used, every aspect of Zhanwang's abilities had been enhanced. His strength had increased by more than 10 times, from the advanced 3rd refinement to the peak 3rd refinement. With the help of the Cloud Scraping Hand, his attacking power could even surpass the limit of the 3rd refinement, approaching the half-step 4th refinement. Such a huge increase filled Zhanwang with confidence. Chumu, today will be the day you die. Zhanwang said angrily, under the supreme battle demon body. His voice had become even deeper. It sounded like the ringing of an ancient bell, filled with a terrifying pressure. An extremely powerful force filled Zhanwang's body. The surrounding air couldn't withstand it and was directly pushed away. Layers of ripples continuously spread out. This was a sign of his overwhelming strength. Azure Dragon Break. Zhanwang waved his millstone-like hand and clenched it into a fist. An extremely terrifying aura locked onto Chu-Mu, making it difficult for Chu-Mu to breathe. He clenched his fist and retracted it. Like a fully drawn bow, he instantly attacked. The fist energy was like an azure dragon coming out of the abyss. With a roar, that ancient aura seemed to have rushed out from the void with unparalleled might. The power of this punch was close to that of a half-step fourth refinement. Chu-Mu was powerful, but in the face of such a punch, he was still unable to resist. Sword God descends. With 100-fold sharpness, Chu-Mu's strength instantly soared, reaching the level of a half-step fourth refinement. He slashed out with his sword and split the azure dragon in half. Just like the dark demonic dragon from before, he charged at the War King. The War Monarch clasped his hands together, creating a terrifying gust of wind. With a roar, he actually caught Chu-Mu's sword. His hands were extremely firm, like two ancient mountains. For a moment, Chu-Mu's sword couldn't move at all. But don't forget that Chu-Mu still had another sword. The Eternal Spiritual Sword directly used the Tao severing sword style and slashed down. This sword was too fast, and the War Monarch couldn't dodge it at all. He could only use his body to block it. The Battle King's armor, which was at the peak of the middle-grade spiritual artifact, was unable to completely defend against the Eternal Spiritual Sword. After it was broken, the Eternal Spiritual Sword's blade landed on the Battle King's dark bronze skin. The sound of metal clashing rang out, but it did not break the armor. Instead, it left a white mark. The War Monarch turned pale with fright. He hurriedly let go of his hands and instantly pushed forward. Although it seemed slow, it was actually very powerful. It was as if he was pushing an ancient mountain. Rumbling sounds shook the void, causing Feng Wuhan and the others' faces to change. They could only retreat far away. Otherwise, the pressure would make them feel suffocated. The slow push contained a terrifying power. The War Monarch's supreme war demon body was fully unleashed. The void under his palm was directly solidified into an extremely tough void wall. It rushed towards Chu-Mu, forcing Chu-Mu to retreat. Although the sword didn't injure the War Monarch, it still broke through his War Monarch armor and slashed his skin. The War Monarch felt pain. The terrifying sword intent contained all kinds of power. It even penetrated his skin and caused a certain amount of damage to his muscles. Although it wasn't heavy, it made the War Monarch understand that Chu-Mu was completely capable of threatening his supreme war demon body. After all, the War Monarch armor had blocked a portion of the sword's power, allowing the supreme war demon body to withstand it. Without the War Monarch armor, the supreme war demon body would have been broken through. Under the War Monarch's palm, Chu-Mu seemed to be retreating. However, his body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage that was shattered. His real body appeared behind the War Monarch. He slashed out with both swords, using the Heaven and Earth Cross slash. The resplendent Heaven and Earth Cross sword light carried the power of the Eternal and Annihilation sword intense. It broke through the War Monarch armor and also cut open the War Monarch's supreme war demon body. It left behind a cross-shaped wound that was as deep as a finger on his back. The terrifying power continued to seep into the War Monarch's body, causing damage. The War Monarch roared. The muscles all over his body wriggled. The supreme war demon body's power flowed through his muscles, constantly attacking. He tried to destroy the power that Chu-Mu had invaded his body. At the same time, the War Monarch turned around. His arms rotated like a spiral, bringing along a terrifying power. Like a meat grinder, he attacked Chu-Mu. He wore the cloud contact gloves on his hands. It was an ancient demonic artifact that was comparable to an upper-rank spiritual artifact. Even Chu-Mu's spiritual sword couldn't break through it. The war monarch's battle awareness was extremely strong. He reacted quickly and directly shattered Chu-Mu's afterimage. However, that was only Chu-Mu's afterimage. At the crucial moment, Chu-Mu used the sword Chi shadow to dodge. The War King seemed to have grasped the opportunity and immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks. His body grew to 10 meters in size, making him look like a small giant. However, his speed and agility were not affected in the slightest. On the contrary, they were slightly increased. Coupled with his exquisite battle techniques, his strength was displayed to the fullest. Battle King. The reason why he was bestowed the title of Battle King was publicly acknowledged. It was because he possessed a unique talent in battle. The Supreme War Demon Body's power forcibly suppressed the injuries caused by Chu-Mu's two swords. He launched a barrage of attacks. Only by killing Chu-Mu would he be able to completely disperse the power that had invaded his body. The Battle King, who had completely let go of his powers, was extremely terrifying, especially with the help of the Supreme Battle Demon Body. He was like a human-shaped weapon of destruction. Both his fists and legs had turned into terrifying, offensive weapons. Under the bombardment, the void collapsed. After a series of attacks, the War Monarch didn't take any stance. He directly pointed his finger. Invincible finger, Skybreaker. The sky collapsed with a single point of his finger. The power of this finger had completely reached the half-step fourth refinement. Its power was extremely terrifying. However, in the face of the War Monarch's barrage of attacks, Chu-Mu's rhythm wasn't disrupted at all. He was constantly on the defensive, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. When the War Monarch used the invincible finger, Skybreaker, that would be the moment for him to counterattack. The power of the Skybreaker was indeed terrifying. It had reached the half-step fourth refinement. Moreover, it contained the power of the Skybreaker. Once hit, not only would one have to endure the attack of the half-step fourth refinement, but they would also have to endure the power of the Skybreaker. Chu-Mu wouldn't be hit. The 6-Da sword style was used. 6 pitch-black vortexes overlapped into a straight line, resisting the invincible finger's attack. With Chu-Mu's half-step fourth refinement strength, the 6-Da sword style was enough to resist the Skybreaker finger. Grabbing onto Chu-Mu, who had disappeared in a flash, Chu-Mu launched his counterattack. The extremely sharp sword aura was endless. It was like a flood that had opened a gate. It instantly poured out, trapping the War Monarch in its own rhythm. The War Monarch was like a fish that had fallen into a net. He kept struggling, but he couldn't escape. In terms of absolute power, the current Chu-Mu wasn't inferior to the War Monarch. In fact, he might even be stronger. In terms of battle technique, Chu-Mu was also superior to the War Monarch. In terms of power, speed, and technique, how could the War Monarch fight against Chu-Mu when he was completely superior? Under the two swords, the War Monarch was suppressed and continuously injured. The War Monarch's armor was shattered and his body was hit in many places. The terrifying power kept invading his body, causing damage to the Supreme War Demon Body. Although the Supreme War Demon Body was powerful, if it was damaged too severely, it wouldn't be able to continue. Once it recovered to its original state, it would immediately be killed. The War Monarch didn't want to die. Invincible finger, earth-shattering. Invincible finger, Skybreaker. The War Monarch threw caution to the wind. Taking the risk of being hit by the swords, he reached out with both hands and executed the first 2 moves of the invincible finger. One move tore the earth, while the other shattered the sky. The 2 moves were aimed at Chu-Mu. Instantly, Chu-Mu's attack was slightly suppressed. The War Monarch also seized this fleeting opportunity to execute the 3rd move of the invincible finger. The War Monarch stretched out his right pinky. A terrifying and bizarre power gathered on his pinky. A terrifying aura was emitted. It was like the power of death, capable of destroying all life. Invincible finger, human destruction. A single finger could destroy a person. It could destroy the sky, the earth, all life, and all life. Everything in the world was destroyed by this single finger. After executing this move, the war monarch's face turned abnormally pale. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. His body swayed. It was difficult for him to maintain the supreme war demon body. This single finger consumed too much energy. However, the power of this finger was extremely terrifying. Under this finger, the life force in the space under the finger was unceasingly extinguished, unable to stop it at all. Chu Mu also felt that he was affected by this finger. His life force was unexpectedly flowing out of thin air. This kind of flow was not the flow of life force consumption, but a flow that was directly exhausted, a flow that could not be recovered. Although it was not very fast right now, Chu Mu was very clear that once he was hit, his life force would flow out of his body even faster. The sixth Dao sword was executed, but it couldn't resist at all. Under this single finger, the 6 pitch-black vortexes started to tremble, as if they were about to collapse. Luckily, Chu Mu's eternal sword intent was extremely powerful. It managed to resist the power of the invincible finger, but it couldn't last for long. Chapter 1965. During the Holy Emperor era, the Undying Holy Emperor was extremely famous. He was one of the top existences among the Holy Emperors. Many people's expressions changed drastically when they heard his name. They didn't want to be his enemy. Think about it, wouldn't it be a headache to face an undying enemy? Once you became his enemy, you wouldn't be able to kill him. Instead, you would be exhausted to death. How miserable would that be? Other than the Undying Saint Emperor's undying force, he also had other techniques. They were the Undying Saint Emperor's 10 ultimate techniques. The Undying Force was ranked first. An invincible finger was one of the 10 ultimate techniques that the Undying Saint Emperor had mastered. The first finger of the invincible finger was the earth-shattering finger. After cultivating it, one would be able to control the power of the earth-shattering finger. The second finger was the heaven-shattering finger. The third finger contained the quintessence of the invincible finger and was the true killing move of the invincible finger. Its power far surpassed the earth-shattering finger and heaven-shattering finger. The mortal annihilation finger controlled the mortal annihilation finger, which was also the deathly stillness force. The deathly stillness force wasn't as powerful as the annihilation force, but it was on the same level as the destruction force. Moreover, the mortal annihilation finger was different from the ordinary deathly stillness force. The invincible finger, mortal annihilation finger, required the user to reverse their vitality and convert it into pure deathly stillness force. It was only half a level lower than the eternal chi and the annihilation force. Under the mortal annihilation finger, Battle King couldn't maintain his sovereign battle demon body. Half of his vitality had been consumed. His face was pale and his hair was as white as snow. The mortal annihilation finger had consumed half of his vitality and strength. The mortal annihilation finger was the mortal annihilation finger of Battle King. It was either success or death. Actually, the immortal annihilation finger had to be combined with the immortal annihilation force to maximize its power. Unfortunately, Battle King hadn't inherited the immortal deity technique of the Undying Holy Emperor. This finger attack made Chu Mu feel extremely threatened. The 6 Daos sword styles only lasted for a few breaths of time before they shattered one by one. This was a terrifying finger attack that contained all of Battle King's strength and half of his life force. On the other hand, Chu Mu's 6 Dao sword styles was nothing more than a normal attack. In terms of strength, there was a huge difference. However, the 6 Dao sword style was able to resist the finger of mortal extermination for a few breaths of time, giving Chu Mu enough time. The annihilation spirit sword was raised high. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and thunder filled the sky. It was as if a thunder dragon was roaring, condensing into one and striking down from the sky. The lightning illuminated the heaven and earth, illuminating Chu Mu's figure. It was as if he had been standing between the heaven and earth since ancient times, eternally immortal. As he raised his sword, dazzling lightning radiated from it, giving off a feeling of heavenly judgment. This sword style was called Great Heavenly Might. The Battle King never would have thought that his all-out human annihilation finger could easily kill a half-step into the fourth refinement expert. Even a true fourth refinement initial stage expert would feel threatened. Yet, Chu Mu used a defensive sword technique to block it. A few breaths of time was very long for experts. Perhaps the finger of mortal extermination's power of death was extremely terrifying and almost unrivaled. However, it was only almost. It just so happened that the two powers that Chu Mu grasped, the power of annihilation and the power of eternity, were of a higher level than the power of death. In the history of the deep blue world, even during the prosperous ancient era, this had never happened before. It was precisely because of this that the undying Saint Emperor was feared. Although it had never happened before, it didn't mean that it would never happen again. Although the difference in the quality of power was covered by the quantity, it could still be resisted for a bit. This bit of time was enough for Chu Mu to counterattack. God-sealing light. In order to ensure that his sword would succeed, Chu Mu first shot out the God-sealing light and hit Battle King. Great Heavenly Might sword style. The terrifying sword light was like the rumbling of the heavenly Tao, directly hitting Battle King's body. Battle King, who had used up almost all of his strength and lost half of his vitality, was still hit by the God-sealing light. He couldn't dodge at all. With a boom, Battle King's body was hit and instantly shattered. Only his head was left. It wasn't that the Great Heavenly Might sword style wasn't powerful enough, but that Chu Mu had purposely controlled his power. He only destroyed Battle King's body and left his head behind. Even Battle King's primordial spirit wasn't damaged at all. This was because Chu Mu wanted to use a soul-searching technique on Battle King to understand more about the imperial court from his memories, especially about the other 9 kings. Battle King was only one of the 10 kings of the imperial court. After killing Battle King, the other 9 kings wouldn't let this matter rest. Only by knowing one's enemy and oneself could one win 100 battles. Reaching out, Chu Mu directly grabbed Battle King's head and sent in an eternal sword intent to suppress Battle King's primordial spirit. Even his consciousness was suppressed. He couldn't explode at all and could only obediently let Chu Mu grab him. Apart from that, Battle King's interspatial ring also fell into Chu Mu's hands. Let's go! Without any hesitation, Chu Mu called Feng Wuhin and the others and quickly left the imperial court Divine Mountain. The undying royal guards were exiled, Battle King was dead, and the imperial court Divine Mountain was destroyed. At this moment, there were no other enemies. However, Chu Mu and the others knew that there were 9 other kings in the imperial court apart from Battle King. Battle King was already so powerful. If the other 9 kings appeared, Chu Mu and the others wouldn't be a match for them. Leaving was the best choice. Of course, leaving now was a strategic retreat. Since Lord Battle King is dead, the other 9 kings should be coming out soon. Ji Shi, who had been hiding all this time, was shocked. He couldn't be considered a true upper echelon of the imperial court, but as a genius proficient in divination, he knew some things. The 10 kings usually didn't have any contact with each other. However, if one of them died, the other 9 would sense it and come out. However, only Battle King's body was destroyed. His soul was still there and he hadn't completely died. Therefore, the other 9 kings didn't know about it. Ji Shi also didn't know about it. Apart from Chu Mu and the others and Ji Shi, no one else knew about what happened in the imperial court Divine Mountain. However, this was only temporary because the seal of the imperial court Divine Mountain had been destroyed long ago. The imperial court Divine Mountain was directly exposed. Sooner or later, people would find out that this was the ancient and mysterious place of the imperial court. Chu Mu and the others quickly left and returned to their temporary base. They were in a cave on a mountain. It was very hidden and difficult to find. Chu Mu, if you kill me, all of you will die as well. The head of Battle King was in Chu Mu's hand. Although it was suppressed by the eternal sword intent and couldn't explode, it could still speak. Whether we will die or not, it's not something you should consider. Chu Mu calmly replied, causing Battle King to choke. He didn't know how to refute. After a long time, he finally spoke. Chu Mu, my strength can only be considered as the 7th out of the 10 kings of the imperial court. Once I die, the other 9 kings will immediately sense it, and they will know that you killed me. At that time, you won't be able to escape no matter where you go. That's my business, Chu Mu said calmly. He wasn't afraid of Battle King's threat at all. It was useless. Even if he used the undying Saint Emperor to threaten him, the result would be the same, because the war between Chu Mu and the imperial court had already reached this stage. He exiled the 18 undying royal guards, destroyed the palace of the imperial court, and even destroyed Battle King's body. The hatred between them was already irreconcilable. Even if he released Battle King now, the result would still be the same. There wouldn't be any change. Battle King also understood this point. Hence, after saying a few words, he didn't say anything after seeing that Chu Mu wasn't moved at all. However, he had been guessing how Chu Mu would treat him. As long as he didn't kill him, he would be able to escape with his own strength. At that time, he would be able to rebuild his body. There would be a chance for him to rise again. Only then did he know what kind of fate he was facing. After adjusting his breathing, Chu Mu's essence, qi, and soul reached their peak. He then began to use the soul-searching secret art. The Battle King felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his soul, crazily slicing it apart. That kind of pain made him wish he was dead, but he was unable to cry out. His face was pale and twisted like a ferocious demon. The pain of the soul was the most unbearable pain. However, he couldn't faint and could only endure it. Battle King was sure that the pain of having his body destroyed wasn't even a tenth of this pain. Battle King was enduring inhumane pain. Chu Mu also felt some pain. Of course, compared to Battle King, it was many times worse. After all, Battle King was an expert who had lived for thousands of years. His experiences were incomparably rich, and his memories were unimaginably vast. Chu Mu's soul-searching secret art wasn't like before, where he only needed to find the location of the imperial court's headquarters. He wanted to find more useful things from Battle King's memories. This required Chu Mu to constantly search. The longer he searched, the greater the pressure on his soul. His soul was different from ordinary people's. It was true that it was stronger than ordinary people's. However, the impact of such a vast amount of memories was extremely painful. His face was pale and slightly twisted. Feng Wuhen and the others stood to the side, guarding him while feeling worried. As time passed, Chu Mu's face became paler and paler. His facial muscles twitched subconsciously, and they weren't under Chu Mu's control. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Very quickly, for hours passed. However, Chu Mu still didn't stop. He was obtaining more and more memories from Battle King's soul. After 6 hours, Chu Mu couldn't endure any longer. Only then did he stop. However, he still hadn't finished searching Battle King's memories. There was still a portion left. If he continued, Chu Mu's soul wouldn't be able to endure it. At that time, it would definitely bring about negative effects. On the other hand, Battle King was on the verge of death. Chapter 1966. Inside the cave, Chu Mu lightly shook his hand and directly shattered Battle King's head. Battle King's consciousness also collapsed under Chu Mu's palm, leaving only his primordial spirit behind. Even if Chu Mu didn't kill Battle King wouldn't be able to live for long after being ravaged by the soul-searching technique. In the end, his primordial spirit would collapse and he would die. It was better for Chu Mu to save his primordial spirit and use it to upgrade the heavenly puppet. After shattering Battle King's head and storing his primordial spirit, Chumu quickly sat down cross-legged to recover his energy. This time, it took him a few days to fully recover. After all, he didn't just use his energy, he also used the power of his soul. Naturally, it would take a long time to recover. After a few days, Chumu fully recovered and started to look through the memories he obtained from Battle King's soul. Chumu only looked at the beginning of these memories and felt that they were useful. That was why he quickly recorded these memories and stored them in his mind. Therefore, he only looked through them briefly. Now, he was going to look through them in detail. This time, the memories he obtained from Battle King's soul were divided into a few parts. The first part was naturally information about the imperial dynasty. However, there was simply too much information about the imperial dynasty in Battle King's mind. Chumu could only look through a small part of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it. The second part was about the invincible finger. Chumu was very interested in it. The third part was completely out of Chumu's expectations. It was a harvest that made him very happy. Brothers, I obtained 3 pieces of information from Battle King's memories. After Chumu finished looking through the memories, he raised his head and looked at everyone. He said, "The first piece of information is about the imperial dynasty. There's one thing that we were all wrong about. The one we destroyed wasn't the imperial dynasty's headquarters." Hearing Chumu's words, everyone was shocked. Destroying the imperial dynasty's headquarters was a different blow to the imperial dynasty. More accurately speaking, the imperial dynasty doesn't have a true headquarters. Or rather, there are 10. Chumu explained, there are 10 kings in the imperial dynasty. Each of them has their own headquarters. No, they are called king divisions. What we destroyed was the Battle King's king division. When the crowd heard this, they finally understood what was going on, but they still felt grave. A king division of a Battle King was already so powerful. The other king divisions were definitely not weak. They might even be stronger. One had to know that among the 10 kings, the Battle King was ranked 7th. There were 6 other kings who were more powerful than him. Their king divisions might be even more powerful. In that case, do the other royal divisions also have undying royal guards? Wang Sun quickly said, immediately raising everyone's vigilance. Those undying royal guards were extremely difficult to deal with. They couldn't afford to underestimate them. Very likely, said Kong Lu. Yes, Chumu replied with certainty, but there's no need to be afraid. We can use the same method to deal with them. The undying royal guards were extremely difficult to kill. However, Chumu and the others had already tried to deal with them. The ones who were truly worthy of their attention were the other 9 kings. There's one thing that the Battle King is right about. Once he dies, the other 9 kings will sense it and quickly come out of seclusion. Moreover, they will quickly find out that it was me who killed the Battle King. Chumu said, of the 10 kings, the Battle King's strength is ranked 7th. The first is called the Holy King, also known as the Undying Holy King. He seems to be the Undying Holy Emperor's direct disciple. His strength is extremely terrifying, and he has inherited the Undying Holy Emperor's various techniques. He has been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Before his seclusion, his strength was already at the peak of the 4th refinement. Peak of the 4th refinement. He's been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Even if he didn't improve much, he's at least close to the peak of the 4th refinement. When the crowd heard this, they were astonished. The peak of the 4th refinement was a power that they could only look up to. In front of him, they were like ants. The second one is called the Sword of Gojoseon. He's also been in seclusion for hundreds of years. He's only a few dozen years shorter than the Saint King. Before he started seclusion, he was at the high 4th refinement. The third one is the Martial King. He's been in seclusion for nearly 400 years. Before he started seclusion, he was at the middle 4th refinement. He knows many cultivation techniques and has shocking talent on the martial Tao. The 4th one is the Heretic King. He's been in seclusion for over 300 years. Before he started seclusion, He was at the early fourth refinement. He's evil. Chumu told everyone about the 9 kings of the imperial court other than Battle King. He told everyone about their strength and abilities before they went into seclusion. These were all from Battle King's memories. Truly worthy of being an ancient and mysterious power. The 10 kings of the imperial dynasty, the 10 king divisions. Each one of them is at the level of a supreme power. Adding them all together, there's no power in the human race that can compare to them. They couldn't help smiling bitterly. The imperial dynasty was so powerful, yet they had chosen to become enemies with them. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But now that they had already done it, there was no turning back. In the end, if they didn't die, then the imperial dynasty would perish. There was no third possibility other than that. Chumu also learned about the locations of the other 9 king divisions from the Battle King's memories. The second news is the invincible finger that the Battle King cultivates. It's one of the Undying Holy Emperor's 10 ultimate techniques. It's extremely powerful, and it doesn't have much to do with the laws you've comprehended. Brothers, who wants to cultivate it? Asked Chumu. He looked it over. The invincible finger was truly an extremely terrifying ultimate technique. In the end, Kong Lu and Lei Ba both said they wanted to cultivate it. The 2 of them fought empty-handed. They didn't use weapons or their hands. They only used weapons like gloves. Feng Wuhen, Xia Yongxuan, Wang San, and the others all used swords. Brothers, the invincible finger isn't easy to cultivate. Furthermore, the third finger consumes half of your life force. That kind of consumption is something you can't recover from. So after cultivating it, don't use it rashly, warned Chumu. We understand, said Kong Lu and Lei Ba. The third news is pure good news. Chumu said, causing everyone's eyes to light up. They all stared at Chumu, waiting for him to continue. Middle Devil Soul Body. Chumu's words shook everyone, and then they were overjoyed. Mid-level Devil Spirit Body. They had gone through many life and death situations in the Devil Burial Abyss in order to obtain the mid-level Devil Spirit Body. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find it. Who would have thought that they would obtain the cultivation method of the mid-level Devil Spirit Body from the Battle King's memories? Great! As long as we can cultivate the mid-level Devil Spirit Body, our strength will increase. At that time, we will all reach the third refinement. Everyone was overjoyed. The low-level Devil Spirit Body allowed their strength to increase significantly. The mid-level Devil Spirit Body would only be stronger than the low-level Devil Spirit Body. It was like the difference between a first refinement and a second refinement. Furthermore, they had all grasped the fusion of energy technique and cultivated the myriad prison-breaking art. As long as they could cultivate the mid-level Devil Spirit Body, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would have a greater chance of fighting against the Imperial Court. Just in time, we've obtained enough frosted crystals in the Devil Burial Abyss. Let's cultivate first and strive to let everyone cultivate the mid-level Devil Spirit Body. Feng Wuhan smiled. I suggest that Chumu cultivate first. Kong Lu immediately said, Agreed. The others didn't have any objections. Chumu was the reason why they were so strong today. Chumu didn't decline. They had obtained a lot of Demon Fiend crystals, but whether or not they could all cultivate the mid-level Devil Spirit Body was unknown. Thus, Chumu should cultivate first. Once Chumu cultivated, his strength would definitely increase. One had to know that among the 6 of them, Chumu was the strongest. Once the Battle King died, the other 9 kings would know. Thus, they should come out of seclusion soon. At that time, they would need someone strong enough to resist them. Chumu was the first choice. They all understood that. Chumu immediately went into seclusion to cultivate the mid-level Devil Spirit Body. He took away all the Demon Fiend crystals because he didn't know how many Demon Fiend crystals he would need to cultivate the mid-level Devil Spirit Body. However, as long as there were enough demon fiend crystals, Chumu should be able to cultivate the mid-level devil spirit body in a short period of time. Now, he already had the strength of a half-step fourth refinement. Once he cultivated the mid-level devil spirit body, his strength would immediately reach the true fourth refinement. They were all looking forward to it. While Chumu cultivated the mid-level devil spirit body, they didn't stay idle. They began to comprehend the mid-level devil spirit body. After all, they didn't have the same comprehension ability as Chumu. The mid-level devil spirit body was much more profound than the low-level devil spirit body. It would take a certain amount of time to fully comprehend it. Among them, Kong Lu and Lei Ba focused on the invincible finger. The invincible finger was one of the 10 ultimate skills of the undying Saint Emperor in the ancient era. It was broad and profound, and its power was shocking. Once they cultivated it, their strength would definitely increase significantly. Perhaps the direct attack power of the invincible finger did not increase that much on the basis of his own strength. However, the true essence of the invincible finger lay in the 3 unique powers of the earth-shattering force, the heaven-shattering force, and the mortal extermination force. Only by mastering these 3 forces could one be considered to have truly mastered the invincible finger. They would be invincible under the heavens. However, only the undying Saint Emperor himself had cultivated the invincible finger to the highest level. Everyone entered their own cultivation rhythm. This was a place that they had carefully chosen. It was extremely secretive, and they had set up layers upon layers of seals. Once someone approached within a certain range, they would be able to sense it and react accordingly. In the distance, when the Battle King's consciousness dissipated, 9 different auras simultaneously appeared in 9 different places that were completely unrelated to each other. That aura was like a fleeting white steed, like an illusion, as it disappeared in a flash. Chapter 1967. The dense forest was dark and deep. There were layers upon layers of mountains, and there was no trace of humans. There were only wild beasts running amok. It was a pure natural ecology that had not been destroyed. In the deepest part of the dense forest, there was a valley. The valley was very strange, and it was completely different from the dense forest. The dense forest was full of vitality, and it was lush and green. However, there was no vegetation growing in this valley. There was no sign of life. There was only a deathly silence. It was so silent that it made people's hearts palpitate. No matter how wild the wild beasts were, they did not dare to come close to the valley. Even if they came close, they immediately stopped and did not dare to enter the valley. Suddenly, the silent valley shook as if there was an earthquake. A layer of light spread from one side of the valley to the other. Under the light, the valley suddenly changed. Ancient and strange buildings, like inverted towers, appeared in the valley. It turned out that the originally empty and silent valley was set up with a profound and mysterious seal. At this moment, the seal was lifted and the true appearance of the valley was revealed. The inverted towers seemed to have left the ground and were suspended in the air. There was a total of 81 towers, like stars surrounding the moon. They surrounded the inverted tower in the middle, like a king. Soon after, many figures flew out from the inverted towers. A few of the figures even gave off an extremely shocking aura fluctuation. They had all reached the level of a peerless expert. Most of the others gave off the aura fluctuation of a 9-star saint. It was extremely shocking. The 12 peerless experts all entered the center of the inverted pagoda. The interior was pitch black, and one could faintly see the outline of a throne. There seemed to be a figure sitting on it. That figure didn't look very strong, but it gave off a very tall and lofty feeling. It was like the sky, like the earth. Greetings, Lord Saint King. The 12 peerless experts were led by the strongest among them. 3 of them were in the middle, and the other 8 were in the back. They were divided into 3 rows and knelt down on one knee to salute the figure on the throne. They were very sincere, as if they were believers. The vague figure on the throne only made a soft sound, but it contained an unimaginable power. It was as if the void was shaking. The 12 peerless experts were even more shocked. After a few hundred years, the Holy King's cultivation had become even more profound, reaching an unimaginable level. The Battle King is dead. Go and find out who killed him. The Holy King's voice was very calm, but there was also a sense of superiority, like a god overlooking the mortal world. Yes, everybody was astonished when they heard that. They knew that the Holy King wasn't in power yet. Therefore, the Holy King shouldn't have come out of seclusion and wouldn't have summoned them. But now he had suddenly come out of seclusion and summoned them. Something big must have happened. However, they never expected that the Lord Sacred Ruler would summon them to be related to the Battle King. The Battle King had fallen. They all knew of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty and had seen them before. They knew how strong the Battle King was, but there was actually someone who could kill the Battle King, and there was actually someone who dared to do so. The Battle King himself was a peerless expert of the high stage of the 3rd refinement. His strength was even stronger than ordinary high stage of the 3rd refinement. There was no doubt that he was powerful. Moreover, he had the 5 heavenly generals and was one of the 10 kings of the imperial court. In terms of strength and authority, he was at the peak of the deep blue world. Someone actually dared to kill such an expert. Although they were shocked, they still had to find out who the murderer was. After the 12 holy kings, heavenly generals left, a smile flashed across the Holy King's face. Battle King, you were actually killed so easily. Really. Although he didn't finish his sentence, there was a hint of mockery in his voice. The 10 kings of the imperial dynasty could be said to be part of the imperial dynasty, but they could also be considered as competitors. The Holy King was a strange person. He didn't feel sad about Zhan Wang's death, but no matter what, Zhan Wang was one of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty. He represented the imperial dynasty. Zhan Wang had been killed, so the Holy King had to take revenge. Every single one of them was like a sharp sword that pointed towards the sky. The forest of sword stones was silent, and there was no sign of life. It was filled with an aura of extinction. When the birds flew past, their bodies trembled and they fell down. No one knew when they had died, but when they fell, they were crushed by the formless aura. Suddenly, the sword-like rocks emitted an extremely shocking sword intent. The sword intent soared into the sky, and the wind and clouds moved. The sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The aura of extinction filled the air, and it rippled endlessly. A buzzing sound filled the sky, as if 10,000 swords were humming at the same time. Then, from below the rocks, beams of light soared into the sky. They were incomparably sharp, and the sword light was earth-shattering. The sword light dissipated, turning into silhouettes that stood in the air. There weren't many of them, only 112. One of them was in the center, as if he was the king of the group. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were ice-cold, and there was a trace of the aura of extinction. It was as if everything in his line of sight would be destroyed. This person looked like a middle-aged man, but his hair wasn't black, nor was it white. It was gray. It was a very peculiar gray that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. The robe he wore was gray as well. Around him, there were 11 people who emitted auras that had reached the level of peerless experts. Moreover, each one of them was as sharp as a sword. The other 100 people were all at the pinnacle of the 9-star Saint Realm. Their auras were extremely shocking. If Chumu could sense it, he would be able to tell that these 100 people in gray were at least Bright Moon Sword Saints, and some of them were at the Bright Sun Sword Saint realm. The Battle King is dead. Go and investigate who killed him, the middle-aged man in gray said. His voice was hoarse, like the sound of metal clashing. Yes. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. The Battle King was killed, but they had to obey the orders of the sword of Gojoseon. This person's body was like a sword. He was the second-ranked sword of Gojoseon of the 10 kings of the imperial court. When the Holy King appeared, the sword of Gojoseon also appeared. The third-ranked King Wu, who was in the Floating Mountain sect, also appeared. He sent out his subordinates to investigate the Battle King's death. The Holy King came out, the sword of Gojoseon came out, and the King Wu came out. Naturally, the other kings also came out. The evil king was ranked fourth. He looked handsome and evil. He was surrounded by two extremely enchanting beauties. He hugged them in his left and right arms. He was enjoying himself very much. Go and find out who killed the Battle King, the evil king smiled. The corners of the evil king's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Battle King, you really are a piece of trash. You were actually killed by someone. But that's good too. This is a good opportunity. Whoever kills the murderer first will be able to obtain the greatest benefits. So it turned out that this was the reason why the 9 monarchs were working so hard. Whoever could find the war monarch's murderer and kill him would obtain the greatest benefits. This was a hidden rule. The evil king also came out. The 5th ranked was the Dragon King. He wore a dragon robe and had a domineering aura. The 6th ranked was the Blood King. In terms of looks, he was comparable to the evil king. However, the evil king was handsome in an evil way, while the Blood King was handsome in a demonic way. There was a difference between the two. The Blood King wore a blood-red robe. The patterns on his robe were like a surging blood river. It was very eerie. The Blood King naturally had a group of peerless experts under him. There was also a group of 9-star saints. They were all very strong and were very loyal to the Blood King. The 7th ranked of the 10 kings was the Battle King. Now that the Battle King was dead, his subordinates were all dead as well. He was no longer part of the 10 kings. The 8th person was the Ghost King. He had a bony face and pitch-black eyes that seemed bottomless. He was astonishingly strange and cold. He was dressed in a pitch-black robe that had strange and ferocious ghost patterns on it. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they could rush out at any time to tear a person's flesh and blood. The Ghost King's subordinates were like him. They looked very eerie. When they moved, it was like 100 ghosts were marching in the night. The 9th king was the Azure King, also known as the Evergreen King. It was said that he was the youngest of the 10 kings. However, he was also very talented. His comprehension was shocking, and he was vaguely known as the number 1 of the 10 kings. However, his cultivation time was much shorter than the others. Even so, he became the 9th king and improved rapidly. It was very shocking. The 10th king was originally the 9th king. He was later surpassed by the Azure King and became the Vajra King. The Vajra King's body was like an iron tower. He walked the path of body cultivation and achieved a spiritual body. His combat strength was shocking. The reason why he was ranked 10th wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. It was because he specialized in defense and was hard to kill. However, in terms of offense, he was just barely passable. In a battle between experts, having a strong defense was one thing. But if one's offense wasn't strong enough, it would be difficult to kill the enemy. Because of the death of the Battle King, the other 9 kings all came out of seclusion. They had at least a few decades of seclusion cultivation. Their strength had increased to a certain extent. For the top 3 kings, they had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. Their strength had increased even more. One had to know that the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty were all extremely talented. Moreover, they had killed their way through countless competitions. With enough resources and outstanding talent, there was no reason why they couldn't improve. For example, the Battle King. If he didn't die, he could have improved to the peak of the 3rd refinement within a few decades of seclusion cultivation. It wouldn't have been a problem for him to reach the peak of the 3rd refinement. He even had the chance to reach the peak of the 3rd refinement. Unfortunately, he died. With the 9 kings all out, the sky of the deep blue world was about to change. Chapter 1968. With the appearance of the 9 kings, the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the deep blue world underwent some changes. These changes were extremely subtle and difficult to detect. Only those with a high enough cultivation would be able to detect them. With the appearance of so many experts, the world is about to change. This world has been silent for too long. It's about time for a storm. In the depths of the cave, Chu-Mu sat with his legs crossed. There were large amounts of demon fiend crystals around him, circulating the intermediate demon fiend body cultivation method. A powerful suction force burst forth from his body. Immediately, the demon fiend chi within the demon fiend crystals around him was absorbed. The energy within the demon fiend crystals was the same as the aura of the demon fiend, but it was even purer than the aura of the demon fiend itself. Of course, it was also extremely precious and difficult to obtain. Chu-Mu's group of 6 had spent 2 years in the Great Demon Burial Abyss, but they had only obtained several hundred crystals. It wasn't a lot. In addition, there were over 100 demon fiend crystals in the Warlord's space ring, which could be considered an unexpected gain. Strands of energy from the demon fiend crystals were constantly absorbed by Chu-Mu and entered his body. As they flowed, they tempered Chu-Mu's body. At the same time, they were also accumulating the energy of the demon fiend body in preparation for breaking through to the intermediate demon fiend body. The strength of the low demon fiend body made Chu-Mu yearn for the power of the intermediate demon fiend body even more. Strange black patterns took root on Chu-Mu's body and gradually spread out. These pitch-black patterns contained an astonishing amount of energy. They were the foundation of the demon fiend body's power. The energy of the first demon fiend crystal was completely consumed, leaving behind only a tiny bit of energy. Soon after, the energy of the second demon fiend crystal was also completely absorbed. When the energy of the 100th demon fiend crystal was completely absorbed, Chu-Mu felt his body tremble uncontrollably. The strange black patterns on his body seemed to come alive as they rapidly wriggled faster and faster. Waves of incomparably powerful energy constantly burst forth from the pitch-black patterns, attacking his body. His muscles, tendons, bones, blood, internal organs, limbs, and bones were all being strengthened over and over again, becoming more and more tyrannical. The powerful force was like a tide, wave after wave, continuously attacking every part of Chu-Mu's body. This process lasted for a full hour before it stopped. Chu-Mu's body trembled as the final surge of energy spread throughout his body, causing the trembling to stop. Mid-level demonic spirit body, powerful strength. Chu-Mu quickly got up and clenched his fists. He could feel the space between his palms shattering. He could crush a mountain with just one hand. The feeling of having such a powerful body was completely different from the strength of sword origin. His body, on top of his original foundation, was slightly stronger. However, Chu-Mu's body originally looked rather skinny. Now that he had cultivated the low-rank Devil Soul body and middle-rank Devil Soul body, after 2 rounds of strengthening, he was 3 times stronger than before. He seemed to have even more temperament and charm. Chu-Mu didn't care about the slight changes in his appearance. This was because he didn't rely on his looks to make a living. Being good-looking wouldn't bring about an increase in strength. The most important thing was the increase in strength. The difference between the low-level demon spirit body and the mid-level demon spirit body was like the difference between a first refinement and a second refinement expert. Under normal circumstances, a second refinement expert could easily kill a first refinement expert. The difference in strength was definitely more than 100 times. With a 100-fold increase in strength, Chu-Mu's strength directly reached the 4th refinement from the half-step to the 4th refinement. However, he wasn't clear as to what level he could reach. This was because the higher the level, the greater the difference. For example, the difference in strength between the low-level 4th refinement and the mid-level 4th refinement was definitely much greater than the difference between the low-level 3rd refinement and the mid-level 3rd refinement. No matter what, Chu-Mu's strength had indeed increased significantly after cultivating the mid-level demon spirit body. However, this still isn't enough. Next, I need to comprehend the invincible finger. Chu Mu muttered to himself. He put away the remaining demon fiend crystals and walked out of his seclusion room. Before comprehending the invincible finger, he needed to give the remaining demon fiend crystals to the others so that they could cultivate the mid-level demon's spirit body. Brothers, the amount of demon fiend crystals needed to cultivate the mid-level demon spirit body is about 100. I've already used 100, so there are still 500 left. It should be enough for all of you to cultivate the mid-level demon spirit body, said Chu Mu as he took out all the demon fiend crystals. Fortunately, he had obtained more than 100 demon fiend crystals from the warlord's spatial ring. Otherwise, at least 1 or 2 of the 6 of them wouldn't be able to cultivate the mid-level demon spirit body. After taking out the demon fiend crystals, Chu Mu went into seclusion once more to comprehend the invincible finger. He mainly cultivated the way of the sword and didn't intend to cultivate the invincible finger. Instead, he wanted to comprehend the essence of the invincible finger and integrate it into the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style. The heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style was born out of the 3 saint secret swords. The 3 swords of heaven, earth, and man were extremely powerful. It was the most powerful sword style that Chu Mu had mastered so far. The invincible finger, the earthly calamity sword style, the earthly calamity sword style, the earthly calamity sword style, the earthly calamity sword style. If he could absorb the essence of the invincible finger and integrate it into the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style, he would be able to increase the power of the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword style. Chu Mu's comprehension ability was astonishing and unparalleled. It could be said that his comprehension ability was his greatest ability. The invincible finger was one of the Undying Saint Emperor's 10 ultimate techniques. It was powerful and unfathomable. Naturally, it was extremely mysterious. For example, Kong Lu and Lei Ba. Their comprehension abilities could be considered to be above average or even above average. However, after a period of comprehension, they could only comprehend a little bit of the invincible finger. However, Chu Mu only used 1 day to comprehend the surface of the invincible finger. What a terrifying finger technique! After comprehending it, Chu Mu exclaimed. He didn't know who created the invincible finger, but it was indeed an amazing finger technique. The increase in strength of this finger technique wasn't obvious, but its true power lay in the 3 different types of power. Once the invincible finger was fully mastered, the earth-shattering finger would be able to transform its power into the earth-shattering finger, giving it the ability to shatter the earth. The second and third finger were the same as the first finger. However, the second finger was stronger than the first finger, and the third finger was stronger than the combination of the first and second finger. The second finger was naturally harder to cultivate than the first finger. As for the third finger, it was even harder to cultivate than the second finger. Chu Mu didn't cultivate it, nor did he have the energy to do so. He only needed the essence of the invincible finger. Compared to cultivating it, the difficulty was much lower, but it was still difficult. The destruction of the imperial court's war monarch king tribe was soon known by others. Furthermore, it was verified that it belonged to the imperial court. Of course, they didn't know the details of the imperial court and thought that it was the headquarters of the imperial court. The destruction of the headquarters was a huge matter. Like a storm, it swept across the deep blue world. Figures came from all directions and arrived at the imperial court's divine mountain. When they saw the ruins of the palace and the corpses on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. Of course, their purpose here wasn't just to witness the destruction with their own eyes. They were also here to search for the so-called treasures. The imperial court's headquarters was incomparably ancient and mysterious. There must be a lot of treasures hidden within. As long as they could obtain a portion of the treasures, their strength might increase, and they would become even stronger. Unfortunately, they didn't know that this wasn't the imperial court's headquarters. It was just one of the 10 great king tribes. There weren't any treasures left in this place. A portion of them were in the War Monarch's spatial ring, while the other portion had been taken away by Jishur. Here, there were only corpses and ruins. The people who arrived first had already turned the place upside down. Not only did they not find anything, but they were also stopped by the people who arrived later. They had to hand over the treasures they obtained. At the very least, they had to divide the treasures equally. Otherwise, they would attack. Therefore, many battles had already happened in this place, and there were many more dead souls. At that moment, 12 figures flew over from the distance with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they streaked across the sky, leaving behind 12 straight tracks. They appeared above the ruins of the War Monarch King tribe. They looked down and glanced at all the figures below. The group of people who wanted to fight for the so-called treasures couldn't help but shiver. A chilling intent emerged from the depths of their bodies. Kill them. The leader of the 12 figures coldly said 2 words. Immediately after, the 11 people behind him all exploded with terrifying killing intent as they made their moves. Fingers, palms, fists, all sorts of attacks descended. The people below didn't even have time to react. They could only reveal terrified expressions. They couldn't dodge the attacks and were immediately hit. The 12 strong cultivators were the 12 heavenly generals under the Holy King's command. Each and every one of them was extremely strong. The leader had reached the peak of the 3rd refinement, completely surpassing the War Monarch. There were 3 others who were at the peak of the 3rd refinement. The other 8 were at the middle of the 3rd refinement. They were extremely terrifying. When they attacked, the peerless cultivators below had no chance of resisting. With a single attack, the group of people below were all killed. Not even their bones were left. The War Monarch is still a piece of trash. The first heavenly general of the Holy King humphed coldly after sweeping the corpses below. Even though the War Monarch was one of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty and had a high status, he couldn't control the first heavenly general of the Holy King tribe because he was the first heavenly general of the Holy King tribe. In fact, his status wasn't any lower than the War Monarch's. After all, the difference between the War Monarch and the Holy King tribe was too obvious. Even when the War Monarch was still alive, the first heavenly general of the Holy King tribe didn't fear the War Monarch at all. Moreover, the War Monarch was already a dead man. At that moment, more figures arrived from all directions. They were the heavenly generals of the other kings of the imperial dynasty. Chapter 1969. Divine Wilderness Sword Energy, Intermediate Demon Spirit Body, True Intent, Dual Sword Technique. Chumu silently calculated his current strength. Without using sword intent, my strength should be able to reach the beginner 3rd refinement. Originally, the beginner demon spirit body combined with other strengths could raise Chumu's strength to the peak of 2nd refinement. The intermediate demon spirit body was 100 times stronger than the beginner demon spirit body. Naturally, this increase would be very obvious. The so-called 100-fold difference between each peerless expert was just the most basic difference in strength. Other than the most basic strength, there were other kinds of strength. When combined, the difference in strength was not as simple as a 100-fold difference, but a 1,000-fold difference, or even more. If I use the eternal sword intent, I can at least reach the peak of 3rd refinement. If I use the annihilation sword intent, I can threaten or even kill someone at the peak of 3rd refinement. A 1,000 times increase was huge, but Chumu's basic strength was still not high enough. If his basic strength could reach the true 3rd refinement, he could definitely reach the 4th refinement. However, the truth was that his basic strength, sword energy, was only at the exceptional 1st refinement level, while his physique was at the exceptional 2nd refinement level. Because the low-grade demon spirit body had been upgraded to the middle-grade demon spirit body, the original 10,000 truth prison breaching technique did not have much of an effect on increasing his strength. He dispersed the 10,000 truth prison breaching technique and reformed it. The new 10,000 truth prison breaching technique was the combination of the divine wilderness sword essence and the middle grade demon spirit body. Its power was even stronger. Time passed, and everyone continued to cultivate. Chu Mu also continued to comprehend the invincible finger. Entry, small success, and deeper. As long as he could comprehend the Deshang, he would be able to integrate the essence of the invincible finger into the heavenly slaughter and earthly calamity sword technique. Outside the cave, there were layers of seals. When they were activated, Chu Mu and the rest could feel it. Brothers, don't worry and cultivate. I'll go out and take a look, Chu Mu said. The deeper one went into the comprehension of the invincible finger, the more difficult it was. It was not something that could be comprehended simply through seclusion. Moreover, everyone had not cultivated the intermediate demon spirit body. They needed to speed up their cultivation and increase their strength as soon as possible. In a flash, Chu Mu quickly left the cave and appeared in the outside world. As expected, it's here. Chu Mu, you have nowhere to run this time. There were figures everywhere. Chu Mu swept his eyes over them. They were all peerless powerhouses of the celestial race, the so-called celestial race's divine guard. The divine guard had been chasing Chu Mu and the others this entire time. However, in the past 2 or 3 years, they had never been able to catch up to Chu Mu and the others. This time, they had finally found them. How could they let them go? They immediately gathered a large number of people and formed an encirclement, sealing off the surroundings. This was a battle formation, a very huge one. It had been set up by several hundred god forbidden guards. It directly sealed up the space within 100,000 meters. Even third refinement experts, who were skilled in the way of space, were unable to break through the seal. Even fourth refinement experts were unable to use techniques like teleportation to leave. In order to deal with Chu Mu, the celestial race's divine guard had also paid a heavy price. Several hundred peerless powerhouses. Although this was not all of the peerless powerhouses of the celestial race, it was already the majority. They had all moved out and even set up a heaven-sealing, earth-locking formation. This was truly shocking. Chu Mu did not answer. He swept his gaze over and clearly saw the strength of these 200 god forbidden guards. There were a total of 256 god forbidden guards. Among them, 26 were third refinement god forbidden guards. There were 82nd refinement god forbidden guards. The remaining 150 were all first refinement god forbidden guards. Seeing so many peerless powerhouses, Chu Mu could not help but be shocked by the foundation of the celestial race. Moreover, he also knew that these were definitely not all of the peerless powerhouses of the celestial race. They could only be considered a part of them. Even if they were the majority in terms of numbers, they were definitely not the majority in terms of strength. The saying that the celestial race had sent out all of their god-forbidden guards to kill him was just a saying. It was not true. This was because Chu Mu felt that there were definitely fourth refinement experts among the celestial race. There might even be fifth refinement saint sovereigns. Those were the truly terrifying enemies. If it was in the past, Chu Mu would definitely have a headache when surrounded by so many god-forbidden guards. This was because among the 26 third refinement god-forbidden guards, the strongest was at the peak of the third refinement. There were even a few at the peak of the third refinement. The rest were at the high, middle, and early stages of the third refinement. When they joined forces, their strength was extremely tyrannical. Even a half-step fourth refinement was no match for them. But now, Chu Mu had cultivated the mid-demon spirit body. His strength had reached a whole new height. Facing hundreds of god-forbidden guards, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, excitement surged from the depths of his heart. Without wasting any words, Chu Mu clenched his hands. The Eternal Spirit Sword and Annihilation Spirit Sword appeared together. His aura instantly soared. He broke through, sealed the heavens and earth. The expression of the leader of the god-forbidden guards changed. he immediately shouted. The 256 God-forbidden guards immediately moved. The grand formation also revolved. The seal the heavens and earth lock grand formation was a battle formation of the god race. It would not directly increase their strength, but it would seal the space. Everything in the sky and on the ground would be sealed. Within the grand formation, Chumu immediately felt that the space around him had become even more stable. In an instant, it had become at least 1,000 times more stable. Moreover, from all directions, a powerful force was constantly pressing down on Chumu, forming a powerful pressure that made Chumu feel as if he was being bound and imprisoned. Although such a grand formation could not directly increase their strength, it could create enough pressure for the other side. Under this pressure, every move of the other side would have to consume more energy, at least 10 times more energy, to ensure that they could move freely. They believed that no matter how powerful Chumu was, he would not be able to escape from their seal the heavens and earth lock grand formation. Moreover, they believed that he would be killed within this grand formation. This was confidence in their own strength and also confidence in their clan's seal the heavens and earth lock grand formation. However, they did not know to what extent Chumu's strength would reach if he unleashed his full strength. Otherwise, they would not be so confident. The powerful pressure was everywhere and pervasive. It came from all directions and crazily suppressed him. Chumu felt as if he was imprisoned inside a divine mountain. He was being squeezed by a terrifying force. It was difficult for him to even move. Is it just this kind of pressure? With a chuckle, Chumu's eyes became sharper. An astonishing aura fluctuation instantly exploded. On his body, blood-red flames burned. Blood prison burning the heavens. Blood prison burning the heavens was a rather mysterious, secret technique. No one knew where Sun Jin had obtained it. This secret technique burned one's blood essence in exchange for powerful strength. When Chumu's saint body was still at the peak of 9th level, burning 30% of his blood essence in exchange for an 8-fold increase in strength. When he reached the low-level demon spirit body, burning 30% of his blood essence in exchange for a 10-fold increase in strength. Now, 30% of his blood essence in exchange for a 12-fold increase in strength, which was even more powerful. Under the 12-fold increase in strength, Chumu's aura strengthened once again. Sword domain change. Eternal sword intent. His aura stabilized at the half-step 4th refinement level. This caused the expressions of the divine guards to change drastically. They were all incomparably shocked. Chumu's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. This kind of growth speed was simply too fast. It made their hearts turn cold. Their killing intent burned even more fiercely. They were very clear that if they allowed such a monstrous human to continue growing, it would definitely bring disaster to the divine race. Under the heaven-sealing, earth-locking great array, the 256 divine guards attacked together. Move after move of heaven techniques were displayed. 10,000 streams were buried, heaven and earth collapsed, and countless flowing lights overflowed. The 256 divine guards attacked. Moreover, they attacked with their full strength. Their might was astonishing. Even though they did not condense their power into one, it was still very terrifying. Although Chumu was not weak, he was not willing to face them head-on. That would consume too much of his strength. His figure flickered, and the heart sword was like a single strike. The trajectory of each attack appeared in his perception. Sword chi afterimages were displayed, and there were layers upon layers of afterimages. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The afterimages were shattered by the heaven techniques. Chumu's true body shuttled through the numerous heaven techniques. He was like a fish in water, swimming against the current. He held his sword with both hands, but his killing intent was restrained, not releasing the slightest bit. Under this great array, Chumu's every movement would consume more energy. This was because only by doing so could he move normally. A portion of his strength came from using a secret technique. It was destined that he would not be able to maintain it for too long. Otherwise, once 30% of his blood essence was exhausted, if he used blood hell burning the heavens again before he recovered, it would cause damage to his foundation. He had to end the battle quickly, under the heaven sealing earth locking great array. Although it was unable to directly increase the strength of the divine guards, it greatly increased their perception. As long as they were in the array, no fluctuations could escape their perception. Chu Mu's dodging and charging were also under their perception. It was precisely because they sensed it that they were even more shocked. Dragon snaring lasso. The peak third refinement divine guard's fingers quickly formed hand seals. They turned into rays of light that shot out. Although Chu Mu sensed it, he was unable to dodge. He was directly hit. He did not receive any damage, but a rope of light appeared on his body, tightly binding him. He could not move. The dragon snaring lasso was an extremely famous technique among the divine guards. It was created to trap flood dragons, and it had a sure hit effect. As for whether it could trap a true dragon, it had never been tested before. However, its power was extremely shocking. When used on a human, it was even more tyrannical. Kill. Piercing the heavens. Chaotic slash. This was a rare opportunity. The 256 divine guards attacked once more, wanting to kill him in one blow. Chapter 1970. More than 200 terrifying, heavenly techniques filled with destructive power bombarded him from all directions. 150 of them were divine guards' heavenly arts. Even if Chu Mu did not dodge or defend, just the blood shark robe and blood shark armor were enough to withstand them. Not to mention, he also had the powerful mid-grade devil innate physique. The heavenly techniques of the 82nd refinement divine forbidden guards were even more powerful. However, if he was hit with his 3 layers of defense, Chu Mu could ensure his safety. What posed a threat were the heavenly techniques of the 26th third refinement divine forbidden guards. They were even more powerful. With 3 layers of defense, Chu Mu didn't dare take them head on. Without the slightest hesitation, Chu Mu directly used a drop of 10,000 truths prison-breaking strength. In his middle Dantian region, there are only 3 drops of the strength of 10,000 hell-breaching scriptures. Chu Mu wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. But now he could only use 1 drop. Immense power flowed through Chu Mu. The strength of a half-step to 4th refinement increased once more, almost reaching the level of 4th refinement. Chu Mu's muscles bulged and contracted. His explosive power was boosted by the force of hell-breaching 10,000 truths, making the dragon snaring lasso even more frightening. Boom! The dragon snaring lasso on his body snapped under the sudden burst of power from Chu Mu. The power of the dragon snaring lasso, which was brought to bear by someone at the limit of the 3rd refinement, was still limited. The fact that it was able to bind someone who was half a step into the 4th refinement was already shocking enough. Sword of the 6 Paths. 6 pitch-black vortexes appeared around Zhang Xian, absorbing and shattering the incoming heavenly arts. Although the 6 Da sword style was powerful, it was unable to absorb all of the heavenly arts. What Chu Mu needed was time. Sword Chi Shadow. Chu Mu's true body disappeared and instantly appeared before a celestial race god forbidding guard. This was a 2nd refinement god forbidding guard. Even with the strengthened senses of the formation, they could sense Chu Mu's movements. However, he was just too fast, completely surpassing the limits of what a 2nd refined guard could react to. By the time he sensed it, Chu Mu's 2 swords had already slashed through his body. He did not even feel any pain before his consciousness fell into darkness. Chu Mu's swords were just too fast. The moment Chu Mu launched his attack, it was like a ferocious tiger pouncing into a flock of weak sheep. The 2 swords were tiger claws and tiger fangs. Under Chu Mu's 2 swords, the divine forbidden guards were no different from weak sheep. The heaven-sealing, earth-locking formation was indeed miraculous, but it did not directly increase their strength. The absolute difference in strength was enough to be fatal. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the sky. It was invincible and unstoppable. There was not a single divine forbidden guard that could withstand Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu, who had barely reached the early fourth refinement, was just too fast. They could sense him, but they could not dodge. This was because their senses had been forcibly increased by the celestial race god forbidden guard. Their reactions were still at their original level. If their reactions could not keep up, they could sense it. This would only increase their fear. This was because they could sense Chu Mu's approach. They could feel the cold killing intent from Chu Mu's two swords. They could feel their lives slipping away. This fear was like a virus corroding their minds. How could this be? The third refinement god forbidden guards had stronger senses and faster reactions. They would not be killed so easily by Chu Mu. This was also related to the fact that Chu Mu's target was not them. However, they could clearly sense everything that was happening. They could only watch as their own people were killed one after another, unable to do anything. This feeling of helplessness made them go crazy. The fear in their eyes before they died gnawed at their minds. For the first time, they felt regret. They had originally thought that with their strength and the celestial race god forbidden guard, they would be able to trap Chu Mu and prevent him from escaping. They had never imagined that the reality would be completely different from what they had planned. Chu Mu's strength was just too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made them feel terrified. Furthermore, because of the celestial race god forbidden guard, they were unable to escape. For a formation as shocking as the celestial race god forbidden guard, it was naturally impossible for it to be perfect in every aspect. It could seal off the space within a certain range and create enormous pressure on the target, causing the target's energy consumption to increase tenfold. At the same time, within the celestial race god forbidden guard, the person who had set up the celestial race god forbidden guard couldn't easily leave. It wasn't that they couldn't leave, but that they couldn't easily leave. Otherwise, the celestial race god forbidden guard would instantly collapse. When the celestial race god forbidden guard collapsed, the energy would flow backwards and attack them. Perhaps they wouldn't die or even be injured, but they would be affected. Coincidentally, the effect of the collapse of the celestial race god forbidden guard was that their bodies would be instantly suppressed, making them unable to move. Moreover, Chu Mu was suppressed by the celestial race god forbidden guard. Without the suppression of the celestial race god forbidden guard, perhaps he would be even faster. Before long, over 100 guards had died to Chu Mu's sword. Stop! Stop immediately! If this continued, they would probably all die here. The leader of the celestial race god forbidden guard hurriedly roared. However, Chu Mu didn't seem to hear him. He continued to move and attack. With each attack, he would take the life of a celestial race god forbidden guard. Naturally, the 26 celestial race god forbidden guards couldn't just watch as Chu Mu killed their compatriots. They all attacked with their full strength, using their secret techniques to increase their strength. When the celestial race god forbidden guard executed his secret technique, he reached the half-step fourth refinement. He was already close to Chu Mu's strength. His attacks were so strong that even Chu Mu didn't dare to ignore them. He was immediately blocked. The other 25 celestial race god forbidden guards reacted quickly, forming an even smaller circle around Chu Mu. Since you killed my people, you will definitely die. The celestial race god forbidden guard gnashed his teeth hatefully. He wished he could skin Chu Mu alive. The people who wanted to kill me are already dead. You will die soon as well. Chu Mu did not fear the other party's threat. He smiled coldly. Up until now, he had experienced countless battles, big and small. He had walked on the edge of life and death countless times. How could he be frightened by the other party's words? No matter how fierce his expression was, it was useless. With a glance, Chu Mu saw the expressions of the 26 celestial race god forbidden guards. Their auras were all under his control. Every one of them used their secret techniques, and their strength had clearly increased. However, this increase in strength was not enough to make Chu Mu feel threatened. Without any hesitation, the eternal spirit sword trembled. Sword chi surged, and lotus flowers condensed. They instantly shot out, shooting out an endless stream of sword chi. Wave after wave, it was endless. The annihilation spirit sword slashed out. There was no beginning or end. A grayish-black sword light of unknown length tore through the air. Endless life sword style. Solitary life sword style. The expressions of the 26 celestial race God-forbidding guards changed drastically. They hurriedly used their heavenly techniques to block. However, this was just a prelude. The corner of Chu Mu's mouth flashed with a smile. That smile contained a chilling killing intent. Crossing his swords, Chu Mu assumed a very peculiar posture. It was as if he was using his swords as arms to hug something. The eternal sword intent, the annihilation sword intent, the life sword spirit's power, the death sword spirit's power. The life sword spirit's power fused with the eternal sword intent, and the death sword spirit's power fused with the annihilation sword intent. Instantly, half of Chu Mu's body was filled with eternal life, while the other half was filled with annihilation. The power of life and death, eternal and annihilation. These two opposing forces coiled around his body and collided. They coexisted and fused together in a strange way. The 26 celestial race God-forbidding guards felt an inexplicable sense of fear. That fear directly spread out from their souls, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. You're very lucky. You'll personally experience my newly created sword style. Chu Mu's voice rang out from the four opposing energies. It carried with it a strange fluctuation that seemed to pass through space and time. It entered their ears, causing their minds to become dazed. Samsara of life and death. As his voice rang out, Chu Mu's two swords also attacked. It was as if all of his power had poured out in an instant. Through the two swords in his hands, the four energies collided and fused together, forming a perfect cycle. Eternal life and annihilation, life and death. The cycle alternated. A samsara was the samsara of life and death. A year was a year of life and death. A blade of grass was a year of life and death. The wheel of sword chi formed by the two swords spun wildly and slashed wildly. Under the wheel of sword chi, half of the void was filled with eternal life, while the other half was filled with annihilation death. Everyone seemed to be able to see the grass and trees frantically grow in an instant before withering away in the blink of an eye. The raging waves of the rivers and lakes, the thousands of miles of dry land, all sorts of strange phenomena, all showed the alternation of life and death. Life and death were the most basic laws of every world. It was a process that every living creature had to go through. No one could escape it. No matter how strong an expert was, no matter how profound their realm was, they could only live a little longer. Only gods could truly live forever. However, gods weren't omnipotent. They could also fall. All of this was in the samsara of life and death. Chu Mu's new sword style was named Samsara of Life and Death. Perhaps this sword style wasn't strong enough right now and didn't have the power to truly reincarnate life and death. However, Chu Mu believed that one day it would definitely be able to do so. Any resistance against this terrifying power was futile. Even an early fourth refinement expert wouldn't dare to take this sword head-on, let alone a group of third refinement divine guard. As expected, under the samsara of life and death, the 26 divine guards were all killed and turned into ashes. Even their souls couldn't escape and fell into the cycle of reincarnation forever. With the death of the 26th third refinement divine guard, the heaven-sealing earth locking formation only existed in name and was on the verge of collapse. The remaining divine guard couldn't escape either. They all died under Chumu's two swords. It didn't take long for all 256 divine guards to die. The only person who had killed them was Chumu. Chapter 1971. Over 200 divine guard corpses fell from the mountain range. They were strewn all over the place. It was a shocking sight. With a wave of his hand, Chumu collected the spatial rings of the 256 divine guard corpses. No matter what, there would still be some resources and treasures. Even if they were useless to him, they would still be of great use to the True Sword sect. At this moment, an unforeseen event occurred. Every divine guard's corpse lit up with a silver light that rapidly condensed into a total of 256 dots rose up from the corpses and gathered in the air. It was as if there was an invisible brush in the air that embellished those dots of silver light, quickly forming an outline. The brush moved like a dragon or a snake. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably complex and profound ancient character condensed. It gave off the aura of the world, as if it had been born from the heavenly Daos. When Chumu saw these ancient silver characters, he had a bad feeling. Without any hesitation, he erupted with speed and immediately left for his dwelling. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword. A resplendent cross sword light tore through the air in an attempt to shatter the ancient silver characters. The ancient silver characters seemed to have a mind of their own. They chased after Chumu. They ignored the cross sword light and directly pierced through it. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Chumu. Unable to dodge, they sank into the space between Chumu's eyebrows. This change caused Chumu's expression to change. He hastily gathered his spiritual strength and other powers to examine the space between his eyebrows. A flickering ancient character was embedded in the space between his eyebrows. It gave off a boundless aura. Chumu didn't know what this character was, nor did he know what it meant. However, no matter how he used the Eternal Sword Intent or the Annihilation Sword Intent, he was unable to cause any damage to this silver character, nor was he able to expel it. It was as if it had found a home. It had taken root and didn't move at all. Currently, Chumu couldn't sense any use of this silver character, or rather, he couldn't sense any harm it could bring him. Chumu liked to be in control of everything. Even if he couldn't control it, he would at least know what was going on. However, the current situation was not only out of his control, but he also didn't know what it was. However, Chumu didn't think that something that appeared from the corpse of a divine guard would be anything good. It seems like I have to capture a peerless powerhouse of the celestial race alive and search their memories. Chumu thought to himself. He used a wisp of Eternal Sword Intent and scattered it around the silver rune. He didn't know if it would be useful, but he had to do it. Among the celestial race, every peerless powerhouse would automatically become a divine guard. They would also split a bit of their primordial spirit light and inject it into their primordial spirit life lamp, which would be stored in the Forbidden God Palace. If the life lamp was still burning, it meant that the divine guard was still alive. If it was extinguished, it meant that they were dead. In an instant, a total of 256 primordial spirit life lamps had been extinguished. It had only been a short period of time. This meant that these 256 divine guard had died at almost the same time. It was also very likely that they had died at the same place. This kind of unforeseen event alarmed the upper echelons of the celestial race. All the elders had appeared. The elders all had incomparably solemn expressions. At the same time, a total of 256 divine guard had died. This was definitely a huge blow to the celestial race. From ancient times until now, such a loss had only occurred in the ancient era. 256 divine guard. That was more than half of the celestial race's divine guard. Who exactly killed them? One of the grand elders was filled with murderous intent. They didn't connect the murderer to Chumu. After all, a few years ago, Chumu had been chased down by a second refinement divine guard of the celestial race. Even if his strength had increased significantly in the past few years, it was impossible for him to reach such a level. It had to be known that among the 256 Divine Guard, there were 26 Divine Guard of the third refinement. One of them was even at the limit of the third refinement. Under normal circumstances, the limit of the third refinement of the celestial race would be stronger than the limit of the human race. The murder, they guessed, was a group of people, a group of peerless powerhouses. It wasn't a single person. Tianji, calculate who it is that dares to make an enemy out of my celestial race. With the help of the Heaven's Mystery Pagoda, it was a blur and was blocked. This was because Chu Mu had the sealed God compass. If the murderer is one person, then he must have been hit by the heavenly slaughter curse after killing the 256 Divine Guard of the celestial race. Tianji used the heavenly slaughter curse to calculate. An elder proposed a hypothesis. Tianji used the heavenly slaughter curse to calculate. The result of the calculation shocked every elder of the celestial race. The murder was actually one person, and it was someone they knew. Chu Mu. That's impossible, an elder exclaimed. They were very clear about Chu Mu's strength. A few years ago, he hadn't even reached the second refinement. No matter how fast he improved, it was already very good that he could reach the second refinement. How could he kill 256 Divine Guard of the celestial race? But the truth was the truth. The heavenly slaughter curse wouldn't lie. The appearance of the heavenly slaughter curse on Chu Mu meant that Chu Mu had at least killed 100 Divine Guard of the celestial race in a short period of time. This person's growth is too fast. It seems that this old man will have to personally take action, an elder said. A shocking aura burst out from his body. It was definitely an aura that surpassed the fourth refinement. Holy Venerate. In the celestial race, those above the fourth refinement were qualified to become elders. But the strongest of the elders were holy venerates, and there was more than one of them. The elders of the celestial race were going to personally take action. At the same time, the people of the 9 kings of the imperial court also found out that the person who killed the battle king was Chu Mu, including the various grudges between Chu Mu and the battle king, as well as all of Chu Mu's deeds. They all turned into an information book and fell into the hands of the 9 kings of the imperial court. They flipped through it with interest. Chu Mu's various deeds, rising up in just a few decades, made them very interested in Chu Mu. What an interesting person. I'm getting more and more interested in him. Diablo smiled evilly. He stood up and wanted to personally take action. Not only did Diablo want to personally take action, the other 8 kings also moved. They had to take revenge for the battle king. It was the same no matter who Chu Mu was. Chu Mu didn't know that the holy venerates of the celestial race were taking action because of him, and the 9 kings of the imperial court were also taking action because of him. Chu Mu didn't know any of this because he was stunned by the changes in front of him. He, who was in seclusion comprehending the invincible finger, suddenly felt a fluctuation in his pocket space. He checked and found that the 4 deep blue god pearls were shining brightly. The deep blue god pearls shining brightly was something that had never happened before. At least, from the time Chu Mu obtained them until now, it had never happened before. Hence, Chu Mu temporarily stopped cultivating and focused on the 4 pearls. The blinking became more and more frequent and brighter and brighter. What is this foreshadowing? Chu Mu frowned. He didn't know much about the deep blue god pearls, so he didn't know what was happening in front of him at all. Just like Chu Mu at this moment, in other places such as Cloud Heaven City or the 9 kings of the imperial court, as long as they had the deep blue god pearls, the same thing happened to them. The changes in the deep blue god pearls caused the celestial race and the 9 kings of the imperial court to temporarily stop their actions against Chu Mu. Compared to Chu Mu, the deep blue god pearls were clearly many times more important. When the 18 deep blue god pearls all appeared, the light they emitted finally shot up into the sky. Instantly, a shocking change occurred in the sky. 18 rays of deep blue light shot up into the sky from different places in the deep blue world. The white clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, and the blue sky was replaced by a deep blue color. When the 18 rays of deep blue light gathered, the light spread out, and the deep blue retreated, revealing a blank space in the middle. It was transparent, and then some scenery appeared in the transparent space. It was a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was like a paradise. However, very few people knew what that place was. This scene only appeared for 3 breaths of time, but Chu-Mu and many others remembered it deeply in their minds. They didn't miss any details. It wasn't only the people with the deep blue god pearls who saw this scene. Everyone in the deep blue world, as long as their vision wasn't blocked, could see this scene when they raised their heads. It was just that some people knew, and some people didn't understand. This matter was very important. At this time, any hatred would be put down, and all competition for benefits would be put down, because nothing was more important than this. When the scene in the sky disappeared, the light of the deep blue god pearls also retracted, returning to their original appearance and falling down. Chu-Mu reached out and grabbed all 4 deep blue god pearls in his hand. He sank into deep thought. Where is this place? What does the change in the deep blue god pearls mean? These 2 questions lingered in Chu-Mu's mind. They also lingered in the minds of the people with the deep blue god pearls. Could it be that the place where the pearls appeared is the center of the deep blue world, where the world spirit is? A thought couldn't help but jump out of Chu-Mu's mind. His breathing also became hurried. What was his goal in coming to the deep blue world? Even though he had gone through countless life and death battles and experienced many things, Chu-Mu had never forgotten his original goal in coming to the deep blue world. He wanted to increase his strength so that he could complete his mission better. Now he finally saw hope. Originally, he thought that he would only be able to do it after collecting all 18 deep blue god pearls. He hadn't expected such a change. Otherwise, he didn't know when he would be able to collect all 18 deep blue god pearls. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to do it in his entire life. After all, the deep blue god pearls could be anywhere. Without any hesitation, Chu-Mu also let go of his killing intent towards the imperial court. Or perhaps it was only temporarily because he wanted to find the place indicated by the pearls. Chapter 1972. At this moment, only one phrase could be used to describe the current deep blue world. Total mobilization. Yes, every faction, big or small, even the independent cultivators were all mobilized. They were all searching for the scene indicated by the divine pearl and where it was. Of course, most people didn't know where it was, but it didn't hinder their enthusiasm. That was because it was a phenomenon. It was a heavenly phenomenon. Whenever a heavenly phenomenon appeared, it would definitely be related to a great treasure. Wealth moved people's hearts. To cultivators, treasures were equivalent to wealth. They were even more useful than wealth. They were willing to risk their lives for it. The entire world was mobilized. It had to be said that the efficiency was astonishing. After a few mistakes, they finally found the location of the heavenly phenomenon. It had to be said that many hands made light work. Almost the entire deep blue world had been searched, and it took them half a year to do so. In this half a year, Chu-Mu and the others didn't encounter any attacks, nor did they encounter any strong enemies. Feng Wuhen and the others had all cultivated the intermediate demon spirit body and the new 10,000 prison-breaking technique. Their strength had increased once again. Even the weakest Wang Sun had the strength of an early-stage 3rd refinement. The strength of the 3rd refinement was enough to stand tall among the experts in the deep blue world. There were very few 4th refinement peerless experts, and even fewer 5th refinement peerless experts. After many life and death battles, the ancient Sword Union members had already become very close. They were good brothers who had accompanied each other through life and death. The 5 of them followed Chu-Mu's operation. Perhaps to them, This was a very good opportunity. Without any hesitation, everyone followed Chu Mu in the direction indicated by the divine pearl. They weren't the only ones. The other experts also hurried over. The vast sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The mighty sea breeze constantly blew, causing everyone's hair to flutter. However, it couldn't obstruct their line of sight. Chu Mu's group of 6 quickly swept across the vast sea and flew forward. In the distance, there were also figures. At that moment, a huge ship that was shining with golden light was flying through the air. It was flying at a speed that was not inferior to that of a 3rd refinement expert. A powerful and vast aura spread out from the huge ship and swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the air was repelled and formed a storm. That huge, shining golden ship went on a rampage. It did not care if there were other people flying on the route. It only cared about rushing forward. With the speed of the 3rd refinement and such a huge ship, if it was hit, it would be damaged. Coincidentally, the ship's flight path was exactly the same as Chu Mu's flight path. Chu Mu and the others had no choice but to quickly dodge. They felt a vast aura rush past them in an instant. That kind of energy fluctuation caused them to be extremely shocked. At the same time, they were also somewhat annoyed. Lei Ba's temper was the most explosive. Without saying anything, he directly attacked and punched out. This was a punch filled with anger. It was like a lightning dragon breaking through the air. With his strength at the peak of the 3rd refinement, its power was shocking. With a boom, the lightning dragon directly hit the ship's body and instantly exploded. The ship only shook slightly, and where it was hit, a light pattern spread out. The ship's body was not damaged in the slightest, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. It could actually withstand the punch of a 3rd refinement expert without being damaged in the slightest. This shining golden ship was too shocking. Suddenly, Chu Mu felt an intense sense of danger. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled Lei Ba and quickly retreated. A sword light appeared out of nowhere and pierced towards Lei Ba. Just a little bit, and Lei Ba's head would be pierced by the sword light. No one doubted it because the sharpness of that sword light was incomparably shocking. It could easily kill Lei Ba, who was in the 3rd refinement. Even a 3rd refinement expert would not be able to resist. This kind of strength meant that the people on the golden ship were extremely powerful. In a situation where they did not know anything, no one immediately attacked. Lei Ba stared fiercely at the golden ship in the distance and clenched his fists. Just now, if not for Chu Mu's quick reaction, he would have been killed. This kind of hatred could not be let go just like that. Don't worry, the ship's destination is definitely the same as ours. Kong Lu patted Lei Ba's shoulder and smiled. In his eyes a cold light flashed. The 6 of them were good brothers who had gone through many life and death situations. Perhaps they were not as generous as dying in the same year, month, and year, but they were definitely brave enough to live and die together. And they also understood that in a situation where they did not know anything about the other party, it was not good to act rashly. In addition to the golden ship, there were also experts flying chariots. There were raging flames burning on the wheels of the chariots, emitting blazing light and heat. The chariot was so fast that it left 2 scorch marks in the void wherever it passed. "Sun chariot!" Feng Wuhin exclaimed. "I did not expect that even the Sun King would be alarmed." Kong Lu said with a hint of respect in his eyes. "Sun King." Compared to them, Chu Mu was not clear about the other party's identity. After all, he had been an unparalleled expert for too short a time and had been fighting all the time. He did not have the time to understand anything. The Sun King was an expert 1,000 years ago. At that time, he already possessed the strength of the middle-level 4th refinement. Now that 1,000 years have passed, his strength must be even stronger. Xia Yongxuan said simply. Indeed, 1,000 years ago, he was at the middle-level 4th refinement. After 1,000 years, he should have improved a little. He should be at the advanced level 4th refinement. Perhaps he might even reach the peak level 4th refinement or even higher. Even a famous, unparalleled expert like the Sun King from 1,000 years ago had appeared. Chu Mu did not find it strange that other experts had appeared. Who wouldn't covet the biggest secret of the deep blue world? Moreover, these unparalleled experts should know that finding the spirit of the world and obtaining the recognition of the spirit of the world would make one the child of the world. What was the child of the world? In layman's terms, it was called the child of the world. One would obtain a part of the deep blue world's power. That power would be incomparably powerful and could easily kill any unparalleled expert. Even a sacred venerate was no exception. Such a temptation was something that even a sacred venerate could not resist. Moreover, becoming the child of the world meant that one could become the lord of the world, the master of the world. In that case, all living creatures living in this world would become their own people. So what if it was a dynasty? So what if it was a powerful sect? Could it be compared to a world? The mysterious expert on the golden ship, the Sun King who was driving the Sun Chariot, the Frost King who was riding on an ice dragon that was hundreds of feet long, one after another, unparalleled experts that had not appeared for hundreds or even thousands of years appeared one after another, rushing over from all directions. The location indicated by the divine pearl was on an island. It was a small island with lush trees and beautiful scenery. It was like a paradise on earth. When Chu Mu's group of 6 arrived, there were already many unparalleled experts gathered here. Powerful auras were constantly emitted from their bodies, spreading out in all directions. What dense yuan qi! Feng Wuhen was astonished. The heaven and earth yuan qi on this small island was frighteningly dense. It was as if it was about to liquefy. It filled every corner of the island. Compared to this island, the cultivation, holy land of any major power was nothing. What made everyone surprised and puzzled was that on this island with such dense and pure yuan qi, there were no beasts or races other than vegetation. The power of spiritual energy swept across without any obstruction. It directly saw everything on the island clearly. It was also because of this that Chu Mu was very puzzled. Was this the place indicated by the deep blue divine pearl? Was it related to the world spirit? Why didn't he discover anything? It wasn't only Chu Mu who didn't understand. The other experts also didn't understand. Other than the yuan qi of heaven and earth being denser and purer, there didn't seem to be anything else worth mentioning. To absolute experts, though the density and purity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth was helpful, it wasn't the main reason why their cultivation increased. More and more unparalleled experts arrived and surrounded the island, but they did not discover anything. This situation naturally made everyone's faces turn ugly, especially those unparalleled experts who had been in seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some of them were at a critical moment in their seclusion, but they had to give up halfway. It was equivalent to decades of effort being wasted. If one's hopes were not proportional to their gains, they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. At this moment, there was a sudden change. A large amount of yuan qi gathered from all directions. As it whistled, it was as if countless dragons were swimming and rushing over, all pouring into the island. At this moment, the trees and grass on the island were all decomposed under the incomparably dense yuan qi and integrated into the yuan qi. This change immediately shocked many experts, and they all stared at it without blinking. The yuan qi seemed to be getting denser and denser, as if it had turned into a substance. It let out an astonishing roar, causing everyone's bodies to sway and almost be sucked in. They had to use their strength to stabilize themselves. In front of them, they could no longer look directly. They could only see the yuan qi that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Their spiritual energy was also minced and could not be examined. They could only wait silently. This change lasted for a full hour before it weakened. After a quarter of an hour, the tornado-like yuan qi gradually calmed down. The island had completely changed. The trees on it had completely disappeared, leaving only a bare island. A huge stone tablet that was at least 10,000 feet tall stood in the center of the island, like a divine sword. The stone tablet was a simple dark gold, full of vicissitudes and nobility. On it, there were 5 even more profound dark gold words. Deep Blue 18 Hells. Chapter 1973. I am the spirit of the world. I reside in the deep blue 18 levels of hell. You must leave a mark on the world monument before you can enter the deep blue 18 levels of hell. If you have the corresponding deep blue sacred pearl, you can enter directly with it. Rows of words appeared on the stone monument. From top to bottom, there were a total of 4 rows. The 4 rows of words appeared for 10 breaths of time before they gradually disappeared. The world spirit was within the deep blue 18 hells. If one wanted to enter the deep blue 18 hells, there were 2 conditions. The first was to leave a mark on the world steel, which was the 10,000 zhang tall stone steel in front of them, to obtain the qualifications to enter. The second condition was to possess the deep blue god pearl. There are only 18 deep blue sacred pearls. Theoretically, 1 pearl corresponds to 1 person. Only 18 people can enter directly. Chu Mu thought to himself, but I have 4 deep blue sacred pearls. Also, what does the corresponding deep blue sacred pearl mean? Chu Mu thought for a while and came up with a conclusion. Could the so-called corresponding deep blue sacred pearls correspond to the deep blue 18 levels of hell? There were 18 deep blue sacred pearls and 18 levels of hell. To enter the first level of hell, one would need a 1-star deep blue sacred pearl and so on. Whether it was true or not was just a guess, but it could be tested. While Chumu was thinking, someone had already made a move. He quickly approached the stone monument and struck with his palm. The palm was like a heavenly blade that struck the world monument. The 10,000-foot tall stone steel seemed to be rooted in the foundation of the deep blue world. It was incomparably stable. Even the all-out attack of a second refinement elite could not shake it at all. It was as if a heavenly blade had slashed down heavily on the world steel. It instantly shattered but did not leave any mark. The second refinement expert stared at the world monument in disbelief. He did not give up and struck again. This time, it was not an ordinary strike. He used his ultimate move. The blade light was like a prison that descended from the sky. It cut through the void and forcefully created a pitch-black crack. The power was shocking. The hellish blade light struck the world monument, but it shattered instantly. The world monument did not move at all. There was no mark left on it. This attack was the most powerful attack of the second refinement cultivator. However, it did not even leave a mark. His expression turned extremely ugly. Then, a few other second refinement experts attacked with all their might. One of them even had the strength of a half-step to third refinement, but he could not leave any mark on the world steel. At this moment, a sword light seemed to come from the horizon and instantly slashed at the world steel. The aura emitted by the sword light made it clear that it had the power of the third refinement. Moreover, it was at least at the advanced third refinement. The sword light hit the stone tablet, but it didn't dissipate like before. Instead, it lasted for a short moment before a sword mark appeared on the world steel. Then a black light shot out from the world steel and hit the person who had attacked. That person disappeared under the black light. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, and they were bewildered. He didn't know if that person died under the black light or passed the world monument's test and entered the deep blue 18 hells. Without any hesitation, more and more people attacked. Rays of light, be it sword light, finger force, or fist radiance, they all bombarded the world steel. Everyone finally understood. If what the world steel said was true, that as long as one could leave a mark on the world steel, they would be able to enter the deep blue 18 hells. Then one had to have the strength of at least the third refinement to be able to leave a mark on the world steel. Anyone below the third refinement wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. After understanding this, the faces of the first refinement and second refinement experts, who had gone through untold hardships to rush here, all turned gloomy. They were extremely unhappy. They didn't know that not being able to enter was the best outcome for them. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they compete with the third refinement, fourth refinement, or even fifth refinement experts? They would be like ants that could be easily killed. Chu Mu didn't make a move. He was carefully observing. He had 4 deep blue god pearls, but he didn't have a 1-star deep blue god pearl. If his guess was right, there might be people who could use the 1-star deep blue god pearl to enter the deep blue 18 hells. However, after observing for a long time, those who could enter all relied on their own strength. Those who couldn't enter weren't strong enough. Chu Mu's group of 6 also made a move, leaving a mark on the world steel. Their bodies were hit by the black light, and they only felt dazed for a moment, as if they were passing through time. Before they could react, that feeling had already disappeared, and the scenery in front of them changed greatly. The sky was dark and thick smoke billowed. Dark clouds covered thousands of miles, and the atmosphere was gloomy and oppressive. It was like the atmosphere before a storm, and it made it difficult for people to breathe. In the distance, it seemed as if there was no end to it, and smoke filled the air. Chu Mu's group of 6 appeared. Other than them, there were other peerless experts, and they all had the strength of at least the 3rd refinement. Chu Mu didn't know that there were so many peerless experts in the deep blue world. Moreover, they all had the strength of at least the 3rd refinement. At a glance, there were at least thousands of them. There were human race, celestial race, sea race, and other races. Suddenly, a person's figure disappeared from the crowd. This scene was noticed by many, and Chu Mu also noticed it. Disappeared? Is he dead? Or has he entered the 2nd hell? That person has a 2-star, deep blue god pearl. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful aura spread out from a peerless expert, covering the entire place. That terrifying pressure was like an ancient mountain falling from the sky, suppressing all directions. Who has the deep blue god pearl? Hand it over. This expert was a senior elder of the celestial race, a saint sovereign. He was domineering and powerful. Although the world spirit didn't say where it was located in the deep blue 18 hells, everyone's first thought was that the world spirit was in the 18th hell. This was a very normal thought. Right now, they had all entered the 1st hell, but they didn't know how to enter the 2nd hell. However, someone had already used the deep blue god pearl to enter the 2nd hell. It was equivalent to walking in front of them. With the same opportunity, that person had a greater chance of entering the 18th hell and finding the world spirit. In other words, whoever obtained the deep blue god pearl could use it to enter the next level of the deep blue 18 hells faster, seizing a greater opportunity. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. However, there were only a total of 18 dark blue sacred pearls. Currently, there were only 16 of them left. However, there were thousands of experts present. Who had them? Although the aura of the celestial race's saint sovereigns was extremely powerful, it couldn't suppress everyone. Boom! 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 Powerful auras soared into the sky. They were also saint sovereigns' auras. They were evenly matched with the auras of the celestial race's saint sovereigns. They were as sharp as swords, as hot as fire, and as cold as ice. The auras of different saint sovereigns were completely different. Could it be that you all want to become enemies with my celestial race? The celestial race's saint sovereign, who was the first to release his aura, had a cold expression. He glanced over and spoke in a threatening tone. Although the celestial race is strong, my human race isn't weak either, said a human saint sovereign. That's right. I heard that recently the celestial race sent out a large number of divine guards to hunt down a human junior. Not only did they not succeed, but several hundred divine guards died under the sword of a human junior. TSK, TSK, TSK. When I first heard this, I really didn't dare to believe it. This was another human saint sovereign, Anyone who becomes enemies with my celestial race must die. There wasn't just one saint sovereign who had entered. There were more than a dozen of them. The moment this saint sovereign finished speaking, he instantly attacked and pointed a finger. A white finger energy pierced through the void, seemingly transcending the limits of time and space as it shot toward Chu-Mu. Fast, it was simply too fast. It was so fast that Chu-Mu couldn't react at all. The difference in strength between the two was simply too great. Without using a secret technique, Chu-Mu's strength could only reach the third refinement. The difference between the third refinement and the fourth refinement was very obvious. The difference between the fifth refinement and the third refinement was even greater. Even if Chu-Mu's soul was stronger, his thoughts were sharper, and his reactions were faster, he couldn't surpass this difference. If nothing unexpected happened, that finger energy would completely pierce through Chu-Mu's forehead and shatter his Yuan spirit. In fact, long before they entered the first layer, the celestial race's saint sovereigns already knew of Chu-Mu's existence. This was because they could sense the aura of the heavenly slaughter curse. This finger energy was too sudden. It also exceeded the expectations of many human saint sovereigns. However, something unexpected happened. A sword appeared out of nowhere and pierced toward the finger energy, shattering it. Then a white-robed figure appeared in front of Chu-Mu, his back facing Chu-Mu, protecting him. Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign. Only then did Chu-Mu react. For a moment he was terrified. Fortunately, Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign had intervened. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. He wouldn't even have the chance to use the Sword Sect spiritual seal. Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign, do you really want to become enemies with my celestial race? The celestial race's Saint Sovereign, who tried to kill Chu-Mu, frowned and narrowed his eyes. Murderous intent lingered in his eyes as he stared at Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign coldly. The other celestial race's Saint Sovereigns also stared at Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign with unfriendly expressions. They looked like they were about to attack. So what? Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign said coldly. He raised the sword in his hand, and sword chi surged. He wasn't afraid at all. The other human race's Saint Sovereigns also released their auras to support Heavenly Sword, Saint Sovereign. Perhaps there were fewer human races Saint Sovereigns here than the celestial race's Saint Sovereigns, so they didn't have much of an advantage. However, if they started fighting, the celestial race's Saint Sovereigns wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage. The celestial race's Saint Sovereigns, such as the Oceanic race, looked like they were watching a good show. To them, even if the foreign races weren't enemies, they wouldn't be friends either. Hence, it would be best if the celestial race and the human race fought and some of them died. That way, they would be more competitive in the deep blue 18 hells. Chapter 1974. The atmosphere was tense as the celestial Saint Sovereigns and the human Saint Sovereigns confronted each other. Even the celestial race's fourth refinement and the human race's fourth refinement and third refinement experts were confronting each other. However, there was a human race expert standing on the other side. This group of people was the Imperial Court's 9 kings and their sky generals. There were more than 20 of them, and they all looked coldly at Chu-Mu. Everyone knew that the grudge between Chu-Mu and Imperial Court was huge. Although Imperial Court's experts were all humans, it was normal for them to not protect Chu-Mu under such a huge grudge. However, in the face of a racial grudge, Imperial Court's actions were also criticized. Chu-Mu was sure that whether it was the Sky Race or the Imperial Court, once they had the chance, they would attack him without hesitation and do their best to kill him. You can protect Chu-Mu for now, but you can't protect him forever. The Sky Race's Saint Venerables left with the Sky Race's experts after saying that. Under such circumstances, the Sky Race couldn't start a war with the human race. Even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price. Furthermore, there were other races eyeing them. The human race naturally didn't want to start a war. Hence, they didn't stop the Sky Race's experts from leaving. This disappointed the other races who were prepared to watch a good show. However, they knew that unless there was something wrong with their heads, they wouldn't start a war. Very quickly, the various races left. Before the imperial court's experts left, one of them smiled strangely and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Chumu. Very quickly, only the Sky Sword Saint Venerables and Chumu's group remained. Thank you, Sky Sword Saint Venerables and the other Saint Venerables. Chumu bowed with his sword. The Sky Sword Saint Venerables only smiled and didn't say anything courteous. His relationship with Chumu wasn't bad. You are a junior of the human race, and you caused the Sky race to suffer heavy losses. Naturally, we have to protect you. A Saint Venerables with a white beard laughed loudly. The Sky race called themselves the descendants of the Sky Gods. They were high above the other races. Not everyone agreed with the Sky race's position, especially those with high cultivation realms. However, they knew how strong the Sky race was, so they weren't willing to become enemies with the Sky race. However, they would protect someone like Chumu, who dared to become enemies with the Sky race and even caused great losses to the Sky race. They wouldn't allow the Sky race's people to kill him. The strength of a race was not just the strength of one person, but the strength of the majority. The status of the celestial race was extremely stable. It was like a myth, but this myth was beginning to be broken by a junior of the human race. If Chumu was alive, the Sky race's legend would be broken. As time passed, their position would gradually be affected. In the end, they wouldn't be able to stand above the other races. If there was less fear towards the Tian clan, then the strength of the various races would not be weaker than the Tian clan. Even though the people of the Tian clan all had outstanding talent, their numbers were too small, with only a few million of them. As for the human clan, they were thousands of times stronger than them. With such a huge population base, it was not surprising that more geniuses would appear. The race had to be strong, and the people had to be strong themselves. The experts here all understood this. Chumu, you guys will travel with me next, the Sky Sword Saint Venerables said. His meaning was clear. He wanted to protect Chumu so that he wouldn't be killed by the Sky race's experts. Thank you for your kindness. Chumu refused. He was very clear about his purpose in entering the deep blue 18 hells. Maybe if he traveled with the Sky Sword Saint Venerables, he would be able to survive even if he encountered the Sky race's Saint Venerables. However, it wasn't realistic to travel with the Sky Sword Saint Venerables because Chumu had 4 deep blue divine pearls. Once he reached a certain level, he would be able to use the pearls to enter the next level. That was his advantage. He couldn't give up on it. Chumu, you have to know that you are a thorn in the eyes of the Sky race. Even the experts of the Imperial Court want to kill you. Also, the experts of the other races won't let you grow if they have the chance. With your current strength, you won't be able to move an inch in this place. A human Saint Venerables said. His tone was indifferent, but his words were true. Thank you, Senior. However, just like what the Sky race said, you can protect me for a while, but you can't protect me for a lifetime. Chumu saluted with his sword and said seriously, I, Chumu, have experienced many trials and tribulations. I have been on the brink of death many times. I was lucky and had the help of powerful people. However, no matter what, one's own strength is the most important. The deep blue 18 hells won't be that simple. If you delay your journey because of me, I will feel guilty. Moreover, if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. At the last sentence, a cold smile appeared on Chumu's face. Everyone looked at Chumu deeply and didn't say anything. After a long time, the Sky Sword Saint Venerable spoke again. Since you have made your decision, I won't persuade you anymore. However, be careful. I hope you can still see it. Live well. The seniors of the human race all said to Chumu. They all knew that they could protect him for a while, but they couldn't protect him for a lifetime. They also knew that the real experts walked out from countless life and death situations, not from being protected. The experts of the human race left one after another. Some of them walked together, while others walked alone. Apart from using the deep blue divine pearl, many people wanted to know how to leave the first prison and enter the second prison. Every second mattered because entering the second prison first meant that they would be one step ahead. Chu Mu and the other 5 also left together to find a way to enter the second prison. A pair of eyes flashed across the sky above the first prison. Everything that happened before couldn't escape the gaze of that pair of eyes. However, no one noticed it. Or rather, no one saw it. The first prison was vast and boundless. Chu Mu and the other 5 moved quickly for more than an hour, but they didn't meet anyone else. Thousands of peerless experts of various races disappeared after entering the first prison as if they had fallen into the sea. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. They still didn't meet anyone else, nor did they find a way to enter the second prison. However, they were able to cultivate to their current level and had a high cultivation base. They weren't affected at all and continued to search. In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 3 days passed. Some people started to feel impatient. If it was any other time, they might be able to last longer. However, someone had already entered the second prison a few days earlier than them. There were too many variables in these few days. They had to find a way to enter the second prison as soon as possible. In these few days, Chu Mu and the others racked their brains and made many guesses. Unfortunately, none of them came true. Another 2 days passed. What do we have to do to enter the second prison? Lei Ba said in frustration. Their every move was under the surveillance of that pair of eyes in the sky. However, they couldn't see that pair of eyes. As if it had heard Lei Ba's words, a ray of light seemed to appear in that pair of eyes. Soon after, a rumbling sound came from the ground far away, attracting everyone's attention. A figure seemed to rise from the ground, growing bigger and bigger. In the end, it appeared in front of everyone like a small hill. It stretched its body. It was a giant beast that seemed to be made of a mixture of rocks and soil. It emitted a terrifying aura. Its 100-jong tall body seemed to be covered in a thick layer of armor. It looked like a pangolin that had been magnified countless times. Its eyes were scarlet and looked very shocking. Asterisk roar. Asterisk, the giant roar was like the roar of thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying sound waves rushed out and swept forward. The ground under the sound waves cracked inch by inch, snaking towards Chu Mu and the others at lightning speed. Leaping, Chu Mu and the others quickly dodged. They turned into 6 rays of light and rushed towards the giant pangolin from different angles. Perhaps it wasn't a pangolin, but it looked similar. Chu Mu and the others didn't know what it was, so they called it that for the time being. The 6 of them had fought side by side many times, wandering between life and death. They cooperated with each other very well. There was no need for words, just a movement and a look was enough to understand each other's intentions. The giant pangolin emitted an extremely strong aura, reaching the limit of a 3rd refinement expert. Coupled with its huge body, it gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. Wave after wave of attacks came from all directions, all striking the enormous pangolin's body. However, countless sparks flew, but none of them were able to penetrate the pangolin's astonishingly thick armor. Only a few fragments were sent flying. Only Chu Mu's sword left a rather deep mark on the pangolin's body, but it was still unable to harm the enormous pangolin. Its shocking defense made Chu Mu and the others realize that this giant pangolin was not easy to deal with. However, that didn't mean that it was impossible to deal with. Sword domain change. Blood prison burns the heavens. Chu Mu's strength instantly rose steadily, reaching the half-step 4th refinement. He was infinitely close to the true 4th refinement. In terms of strength, he had already surpassed the giant pangolin. Of course, with the pangolin's huge body, its strength was also very terrifying. The annihilation spirit sword slashed down, The death of the common life sword style. A grayish-black sword chi streaked across the sky, silently landing on the giant pangolin's thick armor. This time, the shockingly thick armor was unable to block Chu-Mu's sword. The power of the Annihilation Spirit Sword intent was unleashed to the extreme, instantly cutting through the thick armor and into the pangolin's body. The intense pain caused the giant pangolin to go crazy. Its eyes emitted a red light, and a monstrous, baleful aura surged out of its body. Its sharp claws tore through the sky, and its huge tail swept out. Even if there was a mountain, it would be smashed to pieces. Its terrifying power was displayed to the extreme. Chapter 1975. Endless Growth. Deathly Silence. Samsara of Life and Death. After 3 consecutive powerful sword moves, the giant pangolin was unable to withstand them. Its tail was cut off, and Chu-Mu's sword directly cut deep into its head. With the 6 of them working together, even though only Chu-Mu was able to cause damage to the giant pangolin, the other 5 attracted the giant pangolin's attention, allowing Chu-Mu to attack to his heart's content. When the giant pangolin fell, the ground shook as if a mountain had collapsed. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure that the giant pangolin gave them was very strong. "What is this thing?" Lei Ba kicked the giant pangolin's body and asked. Suddenly, the giant pangolin's body trembled, startling Lei Ba. He quickly retreated. Everyone was ready to fight, thinking that the giant pangolin was not completely dead and was about to counterattack. The giant pangolin did not counterattack. That tremble was caused by the giant pangolin's body gradually sinking into the ground. When the giant pangolin completely sank into the ground, a ray of light suddenly appeared and shot towards Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu could not dodge at all and was hit directly. Everyone's expression changed greatly. They were shocked and asked about it with concern. Chu-Mu carefully checked himself. He did not suffer any damage, but he also felt that there was an additional ray of light in his mind. When his consciousness came into contact with the ray of light, information was transmitted to his consciousness, allowing him to know the origin and use of the ray of light. "Brothers, I know what I have to do to enter the second layer." Chu-Mu smiled and said, "That giant pangolin just now is called a hell beast. It is a unique creature in the deep blue 18 prisons. Killing a hell beast will give you the right to enter the second prison. That ray of light is the right. That is to say, you have already obtained the right to enter the second prison and can enter it at any time?" Feng Wuhan asked. Chu-Mu nodded and said, "However, this is not enough. Find a few more hell beasts to kill. Brothers, you have to obtain the right to enter as well." However, it was very difficult to find a hell beast. After 3 days, no one had found a second hell beast. "Chu-Mu, you should enter the second prison first. If you continue to delay, it will only give others more opportunities," Kong Lu said. Chu-Mu had already obtained the qualification to enter the second prison. Now he was accompanying them to search for the prison beasts. However, after 3 consecutive days, they found nothing. In a few more days, Chu-Mu said it was impossible for him to abandon his comrade whom he could entrust his life to and enter the second prison alone. 2 days later, they found a hell beast. However, that hell beast was being killed by someone, and the person who killed it was someone from the imperial court. He delivered himself to my doorstep. A handsome expert who was filled with evil chi stared at Chu-Mu as if he was his prey. The expression on his face was indescribably evil. He was the 4th evil king of the 9 evil kings of the imperial court. Other than the evil king himself, there were also 3 evil kings under him. Each of them had the strength of the 3rd refinement. The most powerful one had reached the intermediate 3rd refinement, while the other 2 were at the beginner 3rd refinement. After the evil king finished speaking, without any warning, he pointed out a finger. A red finger energy broke through the air and shot towards Chu-Mu. Its speed was shockingly fast. Just this finger was enough to show the evil king's tyrannical strength, because this casual finger had the power of the initial stage of the fourth refinement. The moment Chu Mu saw the evil king, he did not hesitate and used all his secret techniques. Sword domain change, blood prison burning heaven, sword god descends. Under the secret technique, his strength increased layer by layer. He instantly surpassed the half-fourth refinement and reached the beginner fourth refinement. He was close to the peak of the beginner fourth refinement. However, it was still not enough. The 10,000 truth prison-breaking strength spread out, and his strength increased again. Intermediate fourth refinement. The change happened in an instant. Chu Mu's strength directly rose to the middle stage of the fourth refinement. With 2 swords in hand, one sword shattered the red finger energy, while the other slashed through the air. Sword Qi crisscrossed, slicing open the void as it attacked the evil king. The evil king did not dare to underestimate the power of the intermediate fourth refinement. The moment the evil king attacked, the 3 heavenly generals under him attacked as well. They attacked Feng Wuhan and the others. It was 3 against 5. For a moment, the battle was very intense. Feng Wuhan and Xia Yongshuan's strength had both reached the middle stage of the third refinement. Although they were not as strong as the evil king's first general in terms of absolute strength, they were still able to hold their own against the evil king when they worked together. The other 2 heavenly generals under the evil king were experienced, beginner, third refinement experts. In terms of strength, they were indeed stronger than Kong Lu, Lei Ba, and Wang Sunday. Therefore, when the 2 of them joined forces, they were able to resist Kong Lu and the others. They had a slight advantage, relying on secret techniques to increase your strength. The evil king's tone was full of disdain. Secret techniques were called secret techniques because they were used at critical moments to turn the situation around. They were destined to not last for long. Moreover, they all had certain side effects. Once the duration was over, the user's strength would immediately decrease. Moreover, the side effects would cause all kinds of negative consequences, such as a decrease in strength or a weakening of the body. The evil king spread open all 10 of his fingers and lightly tapped the air. His speed was extremely fast, and his frequency was astonishing. Streaks of red finger energy pierced through the air and shot out. The power of each streak of red finger energy increased again, reaching the peak of the fourth refinement initial stage. This kind of power brought about a certain degree of threat to the fourth refinement middle stage, Chu Mu. From the battle king's memory, Chu Mu knew that the evil king's strength was at the beginner fourth refinement before he went into seclusion. He had been in seclusion for more than 300 years. Even if his strength did not increase by much, it was certain that he had reached the intermediate fourth refinement. Moreover, the evil king must have mastered a powerful secret technique. Once he used it, his strength would increase again and completely surpass Chu Mu. Therefore, there was only one thought in Chu Mu's mind. He had to erupt with all his strength and try to kill the evil king in the shortest time possible. Even if he could not kill him, he had to severely injure him so that he could not display his full strength. In this way, even if he used the secret technique, the increase in strength would not be too obvious. Spirit of metal, innate spirit of water, spirit of thick earth. The 3 essences of the forces of heaven and earth were all activated. The spirit of metal increased the sharpness of Chu Mu's 2 swords. The innate spirit of water made Chu Mu's bones and muscles more flexible, making his movements more agile. The spirit of thick earth formed an amazing defense around Chu Mu's body. It could be said that Chu Mu's strength had been completely displayed. Clearly, he had reached the peak of the fourth refinement middle stage. His 2 swords shattered the evil king's red finger energy. Under the sword Aura Mirage, he appeared next to the evil king and unleashed an incomparably violent attack. Countless sword light was fierce and violent. It was like a volcanic eruption, like a lightning flash, like a mountain flood bursting through a dam, like a violent storm. In a breath, there were tens of thousands of swords. Each sword was fatal. The evil king experienced firsthand what was the meaning of violence. In an instant, the evil king felt that he could not breathe. He had to erupt with his strength. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be crushed by Chu Mu's violent attack. Heavenly Evil Shield. Red light flickered around Evil King's body and condensed into strange shields filled with evil aura, defending against Chu Mu's dual swords. Heavenly Evil Palm. Annihilation. What the Evil King was most adept at wasn't finger techniques, but palm techniques. With a palm strike, a red light flickered in his palm. It was as if a burning red imprint had landed on solid ice. The terrifyingly high temperature directly burned through the air and slapped towards Chu Mu. The terrifying power was all condensed in the red light of the palm strike. Chu Mu's hair stood on end. This was the subconscious feeling of danger. He did not doubt that if he was hit by this palm strike, he would definitely die. There was no luck. The Heavenly Evil Palm was one of the 10 peerless techniques of the Undying Saint Emperor. Apart from the Saint King, the other 9 kings had each inherited a peerless technique of the Undying Saint Emperor. Moreover, after many years, they had all cultivated to a certain level. The peerless technique of the Undying Saint Emperor was naturally powerful. The power of the Heavenly Evil Palm was not weaker than the Invincible Finger. In fact, because the Evil King had been immersed in the Heavenly Evil Palm for a longer period of time, its power was even greater than the Invincible Finger of the same level. The violent attack was instantly turned into a defense. Under the 6-path sword style, 6 pitch-black vortexes formed a straight line and appeared on the trajectory of the Heavenly Evil Palm strike. The 6-path sword style had an astonishing defensive power. The 6 pitch-black vortexes were all shattered by the concentrated energy of the Heavenly Evil Palm strike. The mysterious part of the Heavenly Evil Palm was that it was able to arrange the energy in an unbelievable way. It was highly concentrated instead of simply compressing it. This kind of concentration was more stable and sturdy. Compared to pure compression, it was like the difference between wood and rock. There was a huge difference in strength. Under the attack of the palm strike, the 6 pitch-black vortexes were shattered one after another. However, the 6-path sword style was not useless. Its strong defensive power was able to block the Heavenly Evil Palm strike for a moment, causing the speed of the Heavenly Evil Palm strike to decrease slightly. This bought more time for Chu Mu. Attack against attack. The Annihilation spiritual sword slashed out with the solitary sword style. Endless sword chi cut open the sky and slashed towards the Heavenly Evil Palm strike. The Eternal spiritual sword slashed down with the Eternal sword style. Lotus blooming. 2 swords combination, Samsara sword style. The 2 swords crossed, heaven and earth cross slash. The Heavenly Evil Palm strike, which had the power of the advanced fourth refining, was cut open by Chu Mu's sword style. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. It was as if a star had exploded. The terrifying power rushed towards Chu Mu, causing the void to crack. Chu Mu's face fell. He had not expected this. After all, it was his first time encountering the Heavenly Evil Palm. It was already amazing that he could see part of the Heavenly Evil Palm strike. The power and profoundness of the Undying Saint Emperor's unique skill was not something that a newcomer like him could see clearly, no matter how high his comprehension ability was. Chapter 1976. The dazzling cross sword light and the life and death reincarnation sword wheel attacked the Evil King one after another. At the same time, the explosive power of the Heavenly Evil Palm print also attacked Chu Mu. It tore through the void and destroyed everything in its path. This move was called destruction. It meant to destroy everything. Its power was extremely terrifying. The palm print was the first change, and the explosive power was the second change. Attacking when the enemy was unprepared, the mysterious changes made it impossible for the enemy to guard against. Chu Mu quickly retreated. He waved his two swords and created layers of sword-light walls in front of him to defend against the terrifying power. Chu Mu's counterattack shocked the Evil King. He smiled evilly and grabbed at the void with his hands. They tore through the void like the claws of an eagle and grabbed at the life and death sword wheel and the cross sword light. With his exquisite skills and strength of the fourth refinement, he blocked the cross sword light from the life and death sword wheel and heaven and earth cross slash. He even crushed the cross sword light. The Evil King was most proficient in his hands. His hands had become extremely hard after cultivating the heavenly evil palm. They were comparable to divine weapons. Layer after layer of sword curtains were shattered by the terrifying energy. It was as if a pair of invisible and brutal hands were viciously tearing apart paper. Without any mercy, they fiercely grabbed at Chu Mu. Chu Mu was directly hit and was sent flying. The terrifying power made his two swords tremble. His chi and blood churned and his sword origin fluctuated. He instantly retreated a few hundred meters. Evil King's body swayed and he split into two. Secret art. Evil King's illusory demonic body. As one of the 9 kings of the imperial court, a follower of the undying Saint Emperor, and a peerless expert of the fourth refinement, the Evil King could not only have the heavenly evil palm print, he had other fortuitous encounters and obtained other inheritances. After many years, he gradually integrated them and created a secret art that suited him. All secret techniques were created by humans. The difference was that some people created secret techniques that were more profound and powerful, while some people created secret techniques that were simpler and more obvious. Fourth refinement powerhouses, whether it was in the deep blue world or the even more vast ancient god world, were all very impressive existences. Any one of them could be crowned as a king and establish a sect. They possessed astonishing accumulations, so it was not surprising that they could create some profound secret techniques. The Evil King's illusory demonic body was a secret art that the Evil King created after spending countless time and energy. It was a secret art that he was proud of. It could be said that among peerless experts, the Evil King was confident that his Evil King's illusory demonic body was not inferior to the heavenly evil palm print, the Evil King demonic body, the Evil King's demonic body. Of course, the heavenly evil palm print was one of the undying Saint Emperor's 10 great secret arts. It was a Saint Emperor level secret art. Its potential was above the Evil King's illusory demonic body. However, when the Evil King became a Saint Emperor one day, his Evil King's illusory demonic body would continue to improve and become a Saint Emperor level secret art. The Evil King's illusory demonic body was displayed, and the Evil King was split into 2. Yes, there were 2 Evil Kings. Moreover, they were not illusions but real Evil Kings. These 2 Evil Kings were at the peak of the fourth refinement. One of the Evil Kings turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Chu Mu. The other Evil King moved to the other side and instantly appeared in the battlefield where Kong Lu and the others were fighting. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. Chu Mu's power erupted in an instant, forcibly stopping himself from retreating. He raised his 2 swords and rushed towards Kong Lu and the others like a swallow returning to its nest. However, he was intercepted by the Evil King. After a collision, Chu Mu did not want to fight with the Evil King. He borrowed the force of the collision and quickly rushed towards Kong Lu and the others. He knew very well that the Evil King's strength was very tyrannical. An expert at the peak of the fourth refinement was even stronger than him, not to mention Kong Lu and the others. The Evil King could easily kill all 5 of them. It was no different from squashing 5 ants. The difference in strength was too obvious. Chu Mu rushed over while the other Evil King chased after him. The other Evil King smiled evilly at Chu Mu and grabbed out with one hand. That hand seemed to reach into the void, and with a grab, a figure was pulled out from the darkness of the void. He was Wang's son, who had hidden himself and was about to deal a fatal blow to one of the Evil Kings. Of the 6 members of the Ancient Sword Alliance, Wang's son was the weakest, but he was skilled in assassination. As a result, from the very beginning of the battle, Kong Lu and Lei Ba were tasked with fending off the two heavenly evil kings, while he hid in the darkness of space, waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike and deal a fatal blow. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he had to kill one of them first. Wang's son had already seized the opportunity and was about to deliver a fatal blow with all his strength. However, he was flicked into the dark void by the evil king and directly grabbed out. The difference between the early stage of the third refinement and the peak of the fourth refinement was too great. Wang's son. Everyone saw that Wang's son was grabbed by the evil king and was shocked. The evil king, however, gave Chu Mu an evil smile. The cold glint in his eyes was like ice, and his killing intent was dense. He grabbed Wang's son's neck and with a gotcha sound snapped Wang's son's neck. Wang's son constantly struggled, trying to escape the evil king's grasp. However, as his neck was snapped, all the strength in his body instantly disappeared. Like a snake that had its bones removed, he went limp. Of course, as a peerless expert, Wang's son was still alive. His broken neck could be reattached. However, the evil king did not give him the chance. With a flick of his hand, the evil king threw Wang's son's body at Chu Mu like a hidden weapon. Like a meteor, it bombarded Chu Mu. He could be sure that this throw was extremely powerful and fast. If he didn't care, Wang's son's body would definitely suffer an enormous wound when it hit the ground. Even if it was a middle-class devil soul body, it would be very hard to withstand. However, the instant Chu Mu was about to catch Wang's son's body, an incomparably intense sense of danger exploded from the depths of his heart. In his soul, waves of coldness pervaded. Danger. Incomparably intense danger. Chu Mu's intuition told him that if he continued to catch Wang's son, he would also die. He used sword Chi Shadow and quickly dodged. Wang's son's body swelled and exploded. The terrifying power tore Wang's son's body into pieces. Even his Yuan spirit was destroyed. The shock waves spread out in all directions, covering an area of several hundred meters. The ground shattered and spatial cracks spread out. Although Chu Mu's reaction was extremely fast, he was still a bit slower because he had to catch Wang's son. That slight delay caused him to be partially affected. He felt his blood shark robe and blood shark armor shatter in an instant. The defensive layer formed by the spirit of earth and the innate spirit of water also collapsed in an instant. His mid-level demon astral body suffered a certain amount of damage. Wang's son was dead. At this moment, there was only one thought in Chu Mu's mind. This thought made him ignore the pain caused by the damage to his body. The other evil king, who had chased after him, appeared behind Chu Mu's back. He raised one hand and turned it into a palm print, fiercely slapping towards Chu Mu's back. At the last moment, Chu Mu reacted. Relying on the instinct of countless life and death situations, he twisted his body. The power of the 10,000 truths, hell-breaking strength, also gathered behind his back. The power of the innate spirit of water and the spirit of earth that had been defeated gathered again to defend his back. At the same time, the evil king's palm also fell on Chu Mu's back. The power of the heavenly evil palm instantly erupted. With a boom, Chu Mu's body trembled violently. A terrifying power surged on his back. The defense of the spirit of earth was broken again. The mid-level demon astral body's defense was also destroyed. Then, the defense formed by the 10,000 truths' hell-breaking strength was also destroyed in an instant. Finally, the defense of the innate spirit of water was also destroyed after a little resistance. The 4 lines of defense were all destroyed by the evil king's heavenly evil palm. The terrifying power of the heavenly evil palm blasted into Chu Mu's body, wantonly destroying it. Blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Chu Mu's body also rushed forward. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, he was thousands of meters away in an instant. This palm had condensed the full power of the evil king's clone's peak mid-level fourth refinement. It was a terrifying attack of the Holy Emperor's heavenly evil palm. The fact that it hadn't exploded Chu Mu on the spot surprised the evil king. However, he also felt that his palm had been blocked 4 times. It was precisely because of these 4 defenses that he hadn't directly exploded Chu Mu's body. However, after being hit directly by the heavenly evil palm, even if Chu Mu didn't die, he was on the verge of death. Wang's son had exploded and died. Chu Mu had been sent flying by the terrifying palm. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Feng Wuhan and the others felt as if the sky had collapsed. Unimaginable grief surged out from the depths of their hearts, transforming into power and killing intent. The 4's auras became even more intense, especially Xia Yongxuan. Under his grief, his aura rose steadily, breaking through the early 3rd refinement, surpassing the mid-3rd refinement, and reaching the late 3rd refinement. Oh, you've comprehended grief. The evil king was slightly surprised. This was a very rare kind of power. Just like his evil intent, it belonged to the same level of power. If Xia Yongxuan's cultivation had reached the same level as his, he would definitely be able to fight against him. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. The late 3rd refinement was indeed very powerful. But compared to the 4th refinement, there was still a huge gap. Xia Yongxuan, who had erupted with power, sent the first heavenly general of Diablo flying with a single slash. The slash left a bone-deep wound on his body. A terrifying sense of sorrow kept invading his spiritual world, causing him to sink into an inexplicable sorrow. The second sword strike followed. The sword light pierced through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to mourn. However, this sword strike didn't manage to kill the evil king as expected. 2 fingers stretched out from the side and clamped down on Xia Yongxuan's sword. No matter how much power Xia Yongxuan released, it didn't move at all. Feng Wuhan's sword transformed into a hurricane. It roared as if it was going to shatter the void. In the next breath, it would crush the evil king's body. However, the evil king only flicked his finger. The power of his finger pierced through the void and hit the hurricane. The hurricane instantly stopped and then collapsed, dissipating into the wind. Chapter 1977. Shatter the Spirit. Feng Wuhan roared. His face was filled with determination and ruthlessness. Without hesitation, he shattered the spirit of the storm. He had obtained the spirit of the storm from the Ice Palace in the Ice Secret Realm. It was part of the Ice Saints collection and was very precious. It contained a shocking amount of energy and mystery. After refining it, every time he tried to comprehend it, Feng Wuhan could feel his progress in the way of the wind. The spirit of the storm had also greatly increased Feng Wuhan's battle prowess. As long as he had the spirit of the storm, as long as he continued to comprehend it and persevered, there would be a day when he would become a 4th refinement peerless expert. He might even have a chance to become a 5th refinement peerless expert and become a holy sovereign. But now, Feng Wuhan had no choice but to do so. Wang's son had died. He had exploded before their eyes. Even his primordial spirit had completely dissipated. Not even his bones remained. Chu Mu had been struck by a palm. That palm was extremely powerful. It was unknown whether Chu Mu was dead or alive. Xia Yongxuan's sword had been clamped and he could not move. His furious attack had been easily shattered. He had no other choice but to shatter the spirit of the storm. In an instant, he had guided all the power of the spirit of the storm into his body. The power contained in the spirit of the storm was extremely powerful and majestic. It was instantly released and filled Feng Wuhan's body. Even with Feng Wuhan's 3rd refinement strength, it was difficult for him to withstand it. If he had not cultivated the middle demon's spirit body, such power would have been enough to make him explode in an instant. Even so, cracks began to appear in Feng Wuhan's dantian under the terrifying power. His tenacious meridians could not withstand the impact of the violent and vast power. They shattered inch by inch. His bones emitted a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. His muscles swelled, and his veins protruded as though they were about to explode. Even his skin turned fiery red. Feng Wuhan suddenly felt as if a storm that could destroy the world was being nurtured within his body. This power was too tyrannical and filled with destructive power. If he did not release it, he would not be able to withstand it and would explode. Forcefully enduring the tearing pain, Feng Wuhan's face was ferocious. His eyes were red as he clenched his teeth. He used all his strength and poured it into the spiritual sword in his hand. Using one's own spiritual will to mobilize a vast amount of power that far exceeded one's realm was like asking a child to pull a heavy object that far exceeded the limits of his strength. It was extremely difficult. Feng Wuhan felt as if his head was about to split open. Only then did he muster up the terrifying power in his body and pour it all into the spiritual sword in his hand. The kind of destructive power caused the spiritual sword to tremble as if it could not bear the burden. One could imagine that the spiritual sword's spirituality would definitely be damaged after this. However, at this moment, this was all trivial and insignificant. Die. Wind Without Trace let out an angry roar, as if he wanted to release all his strength and all the pain he was enduring. Right now, he was no longer as carefree as he usually was. Rumbling sounds resounded through the heavens and earth. The terrifying sword slashed out, turning into an incomparably shocking hurricane that tore through space and ground the earth as it blasted towards the evil king. The power of this sword had definitely reached the fourth refinement level. Moreover, it was not only at the beginner fourth refinement level, it had reached the peak of the middle fourth refinement level. It could already threaten the evil king's clone. In the face of Wind Without Trace sword, the evil king's clone did not dare to underestimate it. He released 2 of his fingers and formed a palm. The power in his body was arranged in a strange way, condensing into a heavenly evil palm print that slammed towards the destructive hurricane. The destructive hurricane collided with the heavenly evil palm print. Immediately, it was penetrated by the heavenly evil palm print, but it did not dissipate. It continued to blast towards the evil king, while the heavenly evil palm print also blasted towards Wind Without Trace. Wind Without Trace body cracked and was dripping with blood. He was practically a bloody man, on the verge of collapse. In the face of the evil king's heavenly evil palm print, he had no ability to dodge at all. He knew very well that if he was hit by the heavenly evil palm print, he would definitely die. However, Wind Without Trace was not afraid. He forced a smile and welcomed death. His body directly shattered under the heavenly evil palm print. Xia Yongshuan watched as Wind Without Trace's body exploded like a prince's grandson. Even his primordial spirit was completely destroyed. He felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a sword. His relationship with Wind Without Trace was even deeper than that of Prince Sunday. This was because he and Wind Without Trace were very good friends long before the formation of the ancient Sword Union. They had known each other for decades. An indescribable sadness filled Xia Yongshuan's hair. As it fluttered, the violent yuan qi of heaven and earth all poured into his body. The sadness spread in all directions. His aura rose again from the advanced third refinement to the peak of the third refinement, and then to the limit of the third refinement. Originally, Xia Yongshuan's strength was only at the early third refinement. Because of Prince Sun's death and Wind Without Trace death, he had been stimulated twice and reached the limit of the third refinement. This kind of leap was unparalleled, and the increase was incomparably huge. It was unimaginable. However, Xia Yongshuan would rather his strength not increase at all than to have such an outcome. There were no ifs, no regrets. Everything had already happened. All he had to do was kill his enemy and avenge Prince Sun and Xia Yongshuan. However, the strength of the third refinement was still not enough. The gap between him and the evil king did not shrink at all. It was still so obvious. On the other side, Lei Ba and Kong Lu also exploded with all their strength. They ignored their own safety and attacked with all their might, severely injuring the two evil king heavenly generals. Just as they were about to kill, they encountered the other evil king's clone. "You guys go!" Lei Ba roared. Without any hesitation, he directly exploded the Thunderbolt core. The power contained in the Thunderbolt core was not inferior to the Storm Spirit. It was completely released and filled Lei Ba's body. Lei Ba clearly saw what had happened to Wind Without Trace. He knew that if he was like Wind Without Trace, he would not be able to cause any harm to the evil king's clone. He chose to self-destruct. Yes, with Lei Ba's strength at the early third refinement, the power after the Thunderbolt core was combined with the self-destruction of the two. The power of the self-destruction was enough to kill a middle fourth refinement expert. Even an advanced fourth refinement expert would most likely die if they were caught in the blast. A powerful force ran through every part of Lei Ba's body. Bolts of lightning shuttled in and out of Lei Ba's body, circling endlessly. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. Without any hesitation, Lei Ba burst out with a roar and charged towards the evil king's clone. Under the power of the Thunderbolt core, Lei Ba's speed reached the fourth refinement level. The terrifying power was filled with destruction, causing the evil king's heart to tremble. Not daring to let Lei Ba get close, the two evil king's clones quickly retreated and struck out with their palms. Two heavenly evil palms struck Lei Ba's body from the left and right, but Lei Ba forcefully withstood them. The evil king's clone's expression did not change. His 10 fingers continuously shot out. Streaks of red finger energy pierced through the air and landed on Lei Ba's body. Lei Ba forcefully withstood them. However, Lei Ba's expression became more and more ferocious, as if he was enduring increasing pain until he could no longer bear it. His body swelled, and countless bolts of lightning swam around. Under an earth-shattering sound, terrifying lightning connected the heavens and the earth. In just an instant, the surrounding tens of thousands of meters had turned into a purgatory of lightning. Every bolt of lightning had the power of the fourth refinement, destroying everything within the range. Lei Ba! Outside the purgatory of lightning, Kong Lu's face was filled with pain and helplessness, as well as hatred for his own lack of strength. Xia Yongshuan's white hair fluttered, and his aura rose once again. He could clearly feel the strength of a half-step fourth refinement. At the same time, more wrinkles appeared at the corner of Xia Yongshuan's eyes. He looked like he had experienced the vicissitudes of life, as if tens of thousands of years had passed in an instant. Under his sorrow, his strength rose rapidly. It wasn't without a price, but it overdrew on his life force. But as long as he could obtain the strength to kill the evil king, even if he had to overdraw on his life force, he wouldn't hesitate. Unfortunately, the half-step fourth refinement was a bottleneck. The purgatory of lightning lasted for dozens of breaths of time before dissipating, revealing tens of thousands of meters of scorched earth. Countless holes were still emitting traces of heat. The two figures stood back to back, and the oval-shaped light barrier around them also dissipated at the same time. Ha ha ha! The two evil kings' clones couldn't stop laughing. They had survived. They had survived the terrifying purgatory of lightning. Originally, with their strength, even if they merged back into their original bodies and had the strength of a high-stage fourth refinement, it would be difficult for them to survive under such power. They had no choice but to use the defensive secret treasure that the undying Saint Emperor had given them. The secret treasure blocked the purgatory of lightning, and its power had been completely exhausted, but he had survived. Only by surviving would there be hope. Kong Lu and Xia Yongshuan's eyes were filled with despair, but it was immediately replaced by raging flames of hatred. Wang Sun was dead, Feng Wuhen was dead, Lei Ba was dead, and Chu Mu's fate was unknown. Perhaps he was already dead. The 6 people of the ancient Sword Alliance had sworn to fight against the imperial dynasty. They had also obtained a great victory in the battle against the imperial dynasty. They had completely destroyed War King Wang's army and killed War King Wang. Moreover, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. But now they were all dead. Only the two of them were left. Soon they would also die. All their past victories and achievements were like flowers in a mirror, like the moon in the water. They were like bubbles that would burst with a single poke. In the end, everything depended on strength. Without enough strength, everything was useless. Only with enough strength could one ensure their own survival. Only with enough strength could one ensure the survival of one's companions. Apart from Diablo's clone, Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu, Diablo's 3 celestial generals were unable to escape from the purgatory of thunderbolts. With their strength, they were no different from ants in the purgatory of thunderbolts. Just the slightest ripple would cause their bodies to shatter, leaving nothing behind. Even their souls had been shattered by the terrifying force of thunderbolts, completely dispersing into the surroundings. The outcome of opposing the imperial dynasty is death. Now it's time for the two of you to die. After surviving, the evil king's clone seemed to have become more talkative. Chapter 1978. Pain, extreme pain, intense pain swept through his body like a storm. Inside his body, there was a terrifying force that recklessly crashed, wreaked havoc, and destroyed his body. His meridians, bones, and organs were all attacked and torn apart. His own tyrannical strength was constantly resisting, and his astonishing vitality was constantly repairing his injuries. Pieces of broken and hard earth were pressed against his body. His whole body sank more than 10 meters into the ground. Intense pain spread throughout his body, constantly intensifying, and he could not move. This intense pain constantly stimulated Chumu. He did not fall into a coma, because he knew that at this time he could not fall into a coma no matter what. Once he fell into a coma, what awaited him was death. Wang's son had died right in front of him. The scene of the explosion was extremely clear and vivid in his mind. Like a brand, it was engraved into his mind, unforgettable. Although Chu Mu didn't personally see the various things that happened afterwards, he heard it and felt it. Feng Wuhin was dead. Lei Ba was dead. Of the 6 people of the ancient sword union, 3 were gone. Only Xia Yongxuan, Kong Lu, and himself were left. His injuries were extremely serious, and he was enduring immense pain, as if he could die at any time. The power of the heavenly evil palm was too terrifying. It had blasted into his body, wreaked havoc, and exploded, attacking every part of his body. If this continued, he would lose all his strength, unable to resist and be destroyed. Even his primordial spirit would not be spared, torn apart, destroyed, and completely dead. Death was not frightening, but Chumu did not want to die like this. He wanted to live. He resisted with his astonishing willpower, barely mobilizing all the strength in his body. Even if he overdrew it, he had to live, because only by living would there be hope. If he died, everything would be for naught. His goal, his mission, revenge for Wang's son, revenge for Feng Wuhan, revenge for Lei Ba. But so what? His injuries were extremely severe. Even though his life force was boundless and rich, it could not keep up with the speed of his body being destroyed. The natural water spirit and thick earth spirit had suffered 2 consecutive heavy blows. They were on the verge of collapse and were on their last breaths. 30% of their blood essence had been burned away. The power of the sword god Descend's secret technique had also been scattered. There was only a tiny bit left after gathering it, and it could not be of much use. The divine, desolate sword essence was nearly exhausted. The power of the intermediate demon spirit body had also been greatly consumed, and was about to be overdrawn. Only the sword essence and the strength of the 10,000 truths of breaking prison still had some strength left. However, even though these 2 forces were powerful, they could barely resist the heavenly evil palm force that had invaded his body. Even if he managed to dispel the heavenly evil palm force in the end, it would take a while for him to recover from such a serious injury. Would the evil king give him time? The answer was no. At this moment, Xia Yongshuin and Kong Lu, who were still alive, were no match for the evil king. Before the evil king, they were no different from ants. However, was there anything else he could do? Strength. Everything depended on strength. Enduring the excruciating pain, Chu Mu's mind worked at high speed, constantly thinking of a solution. 2. The first was to use the sword sect spiritual seal to summon Senior by Ling. Senior by Ling's strength might be enough to kill the evil king. However, Chu Mu was not willing to use this method. He wanted to kill the evil king personally. Only in this way could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Moreover, the deep blue 18 levels of hell was only the first level. Later on, he might encounter more powerful enemies. Senior by Ling could only be summoned once. The second method was the last secret skill Wither. It was a very overbearing secret skill. Once it was used, it could not be stopped. The two methods flashed through his mind. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu chose the second method. If the second method did not work, he would have no choice but to choose the first method. Yes, at this moment, Chu Mu wanted to kill the evil king personally. Summoning Senior by Ling would be using someone else's hand, which was not satisfying. The various mysteries of the Wither secret skill quickly flowed through his mind. Chu Mu also began to use it. The Wither's secret skill overdrafted one's life force and lifespan. Under the operation of the secret skill, from the deepest part of Chu Mu's body, there was a trace of gray aura. That gray aura emitted a shocking smell of death. As soon as the gray aura spread out, it was like a virus spreading throughout Chu Mu's body. As soon as his life force appeared, it was covered by the gray aura and devoured. After devouring the life force, the gray aura grew rapidly. The origin of the Wood Avatar was also continuously releasing life force. However, this life force was also devoured by the gray aura. There was no escape. Originally, Chu Mu relied on the life force of the wood aspect origin and the life force of his body to repair his body that was damaged by the heavenly evil palm. Now, the two types of life force were devoured by the Wither's secret skill to strengthen himself. Under the heavenly evil palm, his body was damaged even more and was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, another change occurred. The strong Wither's secret skill and the destructive heavenly evil palm collided. The heavenly evil palm wanted to destroy everything, including the Wither's secret skill. However, the reality was that the heavenly evil palm was not able to destroy the Wither's secret skill. Instead, under the Wither's secret skill, the Wither's secret skill was continuously corroded until it disappeared. Chu Mu's body also stopped collapsing. The life force continued to grow at a high speed at the cost of overdrafting one's lifespan. It was continuously devoured by the Wither's secret skill and strengthened the Wither's secret skill. The Wither's secret skill also gradually spread throughout Chu Mu's body. The two evil king clones did not merge into one. One stood motionless, while the other walked towards Kong Lu and Xia Yongshuin step by step. With each step, Kong Lu and Xia Yongshuin felt extremely heavy pressure. This pressure made it difficult for them to breathe, and they were on the verge of collapsing. "Kong Lu, let's go!" Xia Yongshuin shouted in a low voice. His face was filled with determination. The strength of a half-step to fourth refinement was obtained at the cost of his lifespan. The gap between him and the evil king was still huge. However, since he could not fight against the evil king, he would not retreat. The ancient sword alliance could not be completely annihilated. There was only hope as long as someone was alive. Kong Lu knew that his strength was only at the initial third refinement. The gap between him and the evil king was even greater. Moreover, he was well versed in the Tao of space and had the cooperation of Xia Yongshuin. In theory, his chances of escaping were higher. At the very least, he had to stay alive and tell the heavenly sword saint that Chu Mu had been killed. This was the only thing he could do. With a flash of his body, Kong Lu disappeared into the void. The evil king's clone smiled evilly. With a flick of his finger, it disappeared into the void. Immediately, a figure shot out from the void and flew backwards, spurting out blood. That flick did not kill Kong Lu. Instead, it severely injured him and made him lose the ability to escape. Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu were the prey. Die. With a soft sound, the evil king pointed out 2 fingers. Red finger force pierced through the void and shot towards Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu. For the evil king, he did not need to use the heavenly evil palm to deal with these 2 ants. The red finger force was too fast. It was beyond his sight and senses. Xia Yongxuan only saw a flash of red light in front of him. His thoughts seemed to have frozen and he could not react. I'm going to die. This thought flashed through Xia Yongxuan and Kong Lu's minds. They were filled with regret and unwillingness. It seemed like a long time had passed. The 2 of them were puzzled. They did not feel that they had been hit. Unknowingly, a figure appeared in front of them. He was wearing a blood-red robe. His back was very familiar. However, his originally black hair was as white as snow and as bright as the moon. You're not dead. The evil king was very surprised. He knew the power of the heavenly evil palm very well. After being hit directly by the heavenly evil palm, he could still survive. Moreover, he did not seem to be injured at all. This made him very surprised. What was even more surprising was that his originally black hair had turned white. You're all still alive. How can I die? Chu Mu's voice was indescribably cold. It made the evil king's clone tremble unconsciously. There seemed to be a chill in his bones. In that case, I'll send you on your way. The evil king's clone smiled evilly. He flicked his 10 fingers and threw out a palm attack. This was the heavenly evil palm. Its power had reached the advanced 4th refining. It was very terrifying. A sword light flashed, like a crescent moon hanging in the sky. It was extremely fast. The 10 red finger forces were shattered in an instant. The astonishing and tyrannical heavenly evil palm print was also cut open by the sword light. After the heavenly evil palm print was cut open, it did not explode like before. This was because the power arrangement within it had been cut off by the sword light. The sword light was endless. It pierced through the void and attacked the evil king's clone. This sword had no beginning and no end. It was boundless and endless, and all living things were dead silent. The sword light was reflected in the eyes of the evil king's clone. His pupils contracted instantly. Uneasiness filled his heart. A trace of fear emerged from the depths of his soul. This feeling was unprecedented. He wanted to dodge, but he found that the speed of the sword light seemed to be faster than his thinking speed. He wanted to resist, but he also found that the speed of the sword light seemed to be faster than his reaction speed. There was no way to dodge, no way to resist. The sword slashed down directly. No, the evil king's clone screamed, but it stopped abruptly. The sword slashed through his body and split him into 2. After the sword slashed open the evil king's clone, it did not dissipate nor did it stop. It instantly cut through the void and attacked the other evil king's clone. He had no idea what had happened. Chu Mu's strength had increased tremendously. He did not have time to think or hesitate. The remaining evil king's clone communicated with the light in his mind. It was the light that he had obtained from killing a prison beast. It was the key to enter the second prison. After the sword light passed, the evil king's clone disappeared. He left the first prison and entered the second prison. Chapter 1979. The sword mark tore through the ground and extended for tens of thousands of meters. The ground was scorched black and there were countless holes. The air was filled with shocking death chi and killing chi. With a single glance, one could tell that an extremely fierce battle had just taken place here. 3 silhouettes stood silently on the devastated land. Kong Lu's face was pale, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His aura was weak. Xia Wang's attack had severely injured him. However, he had already taken a healing pill. coupled with the self-healing ability of the intermediate demon spirit body. His injuries had been alleviated to a certain extent. However, it would still take a considerable amount of time for him to fully recover. Xia Yongshuan's hair was gray, and the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes were obvious. He looked like he had been through a lot, and his skin wasn't as shiny as before. It was a little dim. Chu Mu's black hair had completely turned white. It was as white as snow and as white as the moon. His eyes, however, seemed even darker and deeper. His aura was also completely different from before. It was difficult to sense. In other words, it was impossible to tell what level Chu Mu's current strength was at just based on his aura. Brother Feng, Brother Lei, Brother Wang, I will take revenge for your deaths. Chu Mu broke this indescribable silence. In his cold voice, there was a determination. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't stop. Imperial Court, I will uproot it and completely destroy it. Our strength is still too weak. Kong Lu heaved a heavy sigh, feeling indescribably dejected. Brothers, I think it's better for you to leave Deep Blue 18 Hell. Chu Mu looked at Xia Yongshuan and Kong Lu and suggested. Xia Yongshuan and Kong Lu were silent. They were really unwilling. The death of their companions filled their hearts with hatred towards Diablo and the Imperial dynasty. They wanted to personally kill Diablo and destroy the Imperial dynasty. However, they were very clear that a single evil king was enough to easily kill them. If not for Chu Mu's timely appearance, they would have already followed in the footsteps of the other three. If they weren't strong enough, how could they take revenge? I will avenge my 3 elder brothers, Chu Mu said. His gaze was cold and deep. After you two leave Deep Blue 18 Purgatories, find the location of the Imperial Court's 9 Great King divisions and kill all of them. The 3 of us will work together to completely destroy the Imperial Court's foundation. Those who entered the Deep Blue 18 Hells had only one chance to leave. After leaving, they would not be able to enter again. Chu Mu allowed Xia Yongshuan and Kong Lu to leave. First of all, although Xia Yongshuan and Kong Lu were both at the 3rd refinement realm, they could only be considered average in the Deep Blue 18 Hells, where one needed to be at least at the 3rd refinement realm to enter. Once they encountered a powerful enemy, they would not be able to put up much of a fight, just like when they encountered the Evil King. Second of all, just as he said, the 2 of them would leave the Deep Blue 18 Hells and find out where the 9 king tribes were and destroy them. In the outside world, especially at this moment, when almost all the peerless experts at the 3rd refinement realm and above had entered the Deep Blue 18 Hells, Xia Yongshuan's half-step 4th refinement realm strength could be said to be invincible. No matter how unwilling they were, Xia Yongshuan and Kong Lu knew that if they stayed, not only would they not be able to help Chu Mu, but they would also be a burden to Chu Mu. Leaving was the best choice. Chu Mu, you must live. Xia Yongshuan said seriously. Kong Lu looked deeply at Chu Mu's white hair. He knew that Chu Mu must have paid a huge price for such a transformation. Only then could his strength reach such a shocking level. He killed the evil king's clone with 1 sword. However, he didn't dare to ask about the changes. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he felt uncomfortable and powerless. Taking a deep breath, Kong Lu also spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Chu Mu, you must live. There is only hope if you live. I know. Chu Mu nodded. With unwillingness and hope, Xia Yongshuan and Kong Lu's figures faded bit by bit. After 10 breaths, they disappeared before Chu Mu's eyes. They had both left the Deep Blue 18 Hells. One could imagine that there would be a bloody storm in the Deep Blue world because of the 2 of them. Retracting his gaze, Chu Mu looked into the distance. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through time and space. Let's search for a few more days to kill the people of the Imperial Court, Chu Mu thought. After a few days, no matter what, he had to enter the 2nd hell. With a flash of his body, he turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. His speed was extremely fast. Compared to when he was in his peak state when he used all kinds of secret techniques, he was at least a few times faster. A faster speed meant that Chumu could reach more places in the same amount of time. The few days he had now were equivalent to more than 10 days or even dozens of days before. It should be enough. His snow-like white hair fluttered in the wind. But in Chumu's heart, he didn't have the slightest bit of regret. No, if there was any regret, it would be regret. Why didn't he use Azure with her earlier? Why did he wait until Feng Wuhen and the other two died before he made his decision? Under the withering secret technique, Chumu's state was completely at its peak. He was so infatuated with this state. Blood prison burning sky. Sword god descends. Sword domain change. Myriad prison breaking true force. Originally, one of these 3 secret techniques required him to use a strange power. One would consume his blood essence. One would consume the power of the secret technique until the secret technique's power was completely exhausted. One would consume all aspects of his body. And the last was the power derived from the combination of the divine wilderness sword origin and the mid-grade demon spirit body. However, under the withering secret technique, these 4 powers became subsidiary powers. They became a fixed power, as if they were inexhaustible, allowing Chumu to squander them freely. In other words, after using the withering secret technique, the power in Chumu's body no longer had the so-called blood essence power. Sword God descends secret technique, sword domain change, and myriad prison breaking true force. They all belong to the withering secret technique. However, as long as Chumu improved in any one of these powers, the new power would also improve. Furthermore, the life force that was constantly being produced in his body was constantly being devoured by the withering secret technique, causing Chumu's body to be in a very strange state. The recovery speed of all his powers increased by many times, and the strength of his body also increased greatly. His self-healing ability was also strengthened by 10 times or even 100 times. This was the most basic power. It had already allowed Chumu's strength to reach the peak of the 4th refinement. The main power of the withering secret technique was to greatly increase one's strength at the cost of life force and lifespan. Everything else was supplementary. Therefore, the strength that Chumu could display now was not only at the peak of the 4th refinement. As long as he was willing, he could display even more strength. He could always maintain the peak of the 4th refinement. As such, the consumption of his lifespan was 10 times faster than usual. In other words, if Chumu could originally live for 100,000 years, then now he could only live for 10,000 years. If he wanted to use more power, he would have to consume more of his lifespan. Since the secret technique had already been used, it could not be stopped. 10 times the consumption was the lowest. Beyond that, there were 100 times, 1,000 times, and the highest was 10,000 times. The strike that killed the Diablo's clone was the peak of the 4th refinement. The clone was only at the peak of the 4th refinement, so it was impossible for him to block it. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the peak of the 9th star Saint Realm can live for tens of thousands or even 100,000 years. As for me, when my life force was at the peak of the 9th star Saint Realm, it was already comparable to an ordinary 1st refinement peerless cultivator. With the wood aspect origin and the intermediate demonic spirit body, living for hundreds of thousands of years won't be a problem. With 10 times the consumption, I can still live for tens of thousands of years. If my cultivation continues to increase during this period of time and reaches a higher level, my lifespan will increase again. Chumu thought to himself, with 10 times the consumption, I can live for tens of thousands of years. With 100 times the consumption, I can live for thousands of years. With 1,000 times the consumption, I can live for hundreds of years. With 10 times the consumption, I can live for tens of years. If I want to kill the 9 kings of the imperial court, I can't do it with 10 times the consumption. At the very least, I need 100 times the consumption. Once the withering secret technique was activated, It could not be stopped or reversed. Now, Chu Mu was at the first level, which was 10 times the consumption. If he entered the second level, which was 100 times the consumption, he would be stuck at 100 times the consumption. The difference between tens of thousands of years and thousands of years was too obvious. Chu Mu had to be careful. At the moment, his strength at the peak of the fourth refinement was enough to deal with many strong enemies. In the second prison, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Diablo. On his face, there was still a lingering fear. He didn't understand what had happened. Why didn't Chu Mu die after being hit by his full-force palm? Instead, his strength increased tremendously, far surpassing his own. With a single sword strike, he killed his clone. If it wasn't for the fact that he had killed a prison beast and obtained the key to enter the second prison, his clone wouldn't have been able to escape. The two doppelgangers were closely related to each other, and they could sense each other's pain. Therefore, when the evil king's doppelganger died, he knew very well how painful it was. He also knew that the might of that sword was extremely powerful, surpassing the advanced fourth refinement. In other words, even if his two doppelgangers merged into one, they would not be able to withstand the might of that sword. I have to find the others and tell them about Chu Mu. We have to work together to eliminate him. The Diablo mumbled to himself. When one of his clones died, the other one would naturally become the new main body. His strength would also rapidly recover to the fourth refinement realm. This was the profoundness of his self-created Diablo illusory demon body. The Diablo also believed that with Chu Mu's strength, he would most likely be able to enter the second prison. Such an enemy made him feel fear and fear. He had to kill him to prevent future troubles. He swore to kill Chu Mu. At the same time, Chu Mu swore to kill the Diablo and the other 8 kings of the imperial dynasty. He would kill everyone in the imperial dynasty. Once the two of them met, there would only be a matter of life and death. Chapter 1980. In the deep blue first hell, 3 streaks of light flashed past like shooting stars in the dark sky. According to the life-chasing plate, Chu Mu is still in the first hell, and he's in this direction. The leader of the 3 figures held a milky white plate in his hand. It was the size of a palm, and there was a golden needle on it that pointed forward. They followed the golden needle and flew quickly. Not long after the sky races, Saint Venerate brought the sky races experts away from the confrontation with the human race. He took out the life-chasing plate and gave it to a portion of the sky races experts to find Chu Mu and kill him. These 3 sky races experts were part of the group that chased after Chu Mu. Chu Mu didn't know about this. He, who was looking for the 9 kings of the imperial court, happened to fly in the direction of these 3 sky races experts and met them. You delivered yourself to me. Death awaits you. When the 3 sky races experts saw Chu Mu, they immediately put away the life-chasing plate and laughed coldly with killing intent. At this moment, Chu Mu's aura had become obscure because of the withered secret technique. It was difficult to tell what level he was at. Therefore, the 3 sky races experts didn't put him in their eyes. One had to know that these 3 sky races experts had 1 early 4th refinement expert and 2 peak 3rd refinement experts. These 3 celestial race experts all stared at Chu Mu's forehead. Their eyes seemed to be filled with excitement. Chu Mu also felt a wave of coldness coming from his forehead. A mysterious silver rune floated out from there. It really is the heavenly slaughter curse. You deserve to die. You killed over 100 experts of my clan in one go. I will tear you to pieces. You will completely disappear from this world. Seeing the silver rune on Chu Mu's forehead, the expressions of the 3 celestial race people abruptly changed. They were incomparably unsightly. Killing intent poured out like a volcanic eruption, shaking the void. So this thing is the heavenly slaughter curse. What's its use? Chu Mu asked casually. Of course it's useful, and it's very useful. It will double the damage you receive from my clan's heaven martial arts. An expert from the heavenly race laughed sinisterly. As the sound of his voice faded, he stabbed out with a finger, causing a white beam of light to pierce through space, shooting towards Chu-Mu. As soon as he attacked, the other two celestial race experts also attacked, showing no mercy. However, in Chu-Mu's eyes, two at the peak of the third refinement and one at the early stage of the fourth refinement were no threat at all. A single sword, just a single sword, slashed out. The sword light tore through the air, resembling a crescent moon setting in the west, destroying the attacks of the three experts from the heavenly race. The sword light didn't weaken in the slightest as it continued on its way. The three experts from the heavenly race discovered that they had no way to evade this sword. It was too fast, exceeding the reaction speed of their consciousness and bodies. The sword light slashed through the bodies of the three celestial clan powerhouses and dissipated into the void. Chu-Mu's left hand reached out, grabbing the head of the early stage fourth refinement celestial race expert. Using the Mara secret art, he began to search the memories in his soul. Mournful wails rang out. The celestial race expert's face twisted in pain, but he was unable to die. As for the other two celestial race experts, Chu-Mu had controlled the sword light to destroy their consciousness, causing them to die. Under the azure wither secret art, Chu-Mu's will had also been strengthened. His soul's endurance had also increased. 2 hours later, he released his hand. From the celestial race expert's soul, he had found some useful memories. The heavenly slaughter curse and life-chasing plate. The heavenly slaughter curse was a curse of the celestial race. If one killed over 100 celestial race experts in a short period of time, they would be struck by this curse. The use of this curse was to allow the celestial race experts to sense the existence of the target within a certain range, making it easier to hunt them down. Furthermore, the heavenly slaughter curse would cause the target to suffer double the damage when attacked by the celestial race's martial arts and spirit arts. This kind of doubling was sometimes like the straw that broke the camel's back. However, in this world, there was nothing truly perfect. The heavenly slaughter curse would also cause the target's killing power to increase by several times. It could be said that the heavenly slaughter curse was like a two-edged blade to the target and the celestial race. In this way, Chu-Mu was at ease. Facing the celestial race, he would not be at a disadvantage. As for the fate-chasing plate, it was something that he was extremely interested in. The fate-chasing plate was one of the most important treasures of the celestial race. It could be said that it was one of the 3 most important treasures in the celestial race. It had always been stored in the clan and would never be taken out. The fate-chasing plate in the hands of the celestial race was actually not the main body, but a child body created from the main body. This was because the main body of the fate-chasing plate had suffered heavy injuries in its early years and had yet to recover. Every time it was used, not only would it consume a lot of energy, it would also worsen the injuries of the main body, causing the celestial race to not dare to use it. One of the abilities of the fate-chasing plate was to track. As long as it locked onto the other party's aura, or had seen the other party's appearance with its own eyes, it could send its aura or appearance into the fate-chasing plate. The fate-chasing plate's power would activate and search for the target. If it was the main body, the range of the tracking would be even larger. Basically, it could cover 1/10 of the deep blue world. Other than that, it also had other abilities. However, the child body only had the ability to track, which was only 1/10 of the main body. 10% of its power was actually very strong. The first prison of the deep blue 18 hells seemed to be vast, but it was far from being comparable to the deep blue world. At most, it was equivalent to the combination of several large regions. A child body of the fate-chasing plate was enough to cover the entire first prison. As long as the target was in the first prison, it would not be able to escape the pursuit of the fate-chasing plate. He was worried about how to find the 9 kings of the imperial court. After all, he couldn't spend all his time on searching for the 9 kings of the imperial court. If he missed the world spirit because of this, he would regret it. Having both was the best. The fate-chasing plate, to a certain extent, had solved his problem. Very quickly, Chu Mu obtained the fate-chasing disc and dispelled the imprint on it. He imprinted his mind imprint on it. I can still use it 9 more times, Chu Mu thought. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. The child body's fate-chasing plate had 1/10 of the main body's power. At the same time, there was a limit to the number of times it could be used. It could only be used 10 times. Now, he had already used it once. The Diablo has already entered the second prison. I don't need to waste another chance. Chu Mu thought, the Sage King is ranked first and is the strongest. He might have already entered the second prison. If that's the case, I'll start from the weakest one. Among the 10 kings of the imperial court, the weakest was the King Kong. The Battle King was already dead. Chu Mu had already seen the other 9 kings. Their appearances were clear in his mind. Chu Mu immediately used his consciousness to sketch out the King Kong's appearance in the fate-chasing plate. Soon the outline was complete. It was as if the King Kong had appeared in the fate-chasing plate. Chu Mu felt his power pouring out of his body like a flood. It flowed along his arm and was absorbed by the fate-chasing plate. The golden needle on the fate-chasing plate also started to spin. After spinning a few times, the golden needle stopped and pointed in a direction. Chu Mu also received a vague message from the fate-chasing plate. It told him that the King Kong was still in the first prison and that the fate-chasing plate had locked onto him. 9 kings of the imperial court, I'll start with you. Chu Mu's eyes flashed. He quickly flew in the direction the fate-chasing plate was pointing in. The King Kong was moving because none of his Vajra celestial generals had reached the 3rd refinement. As kings of the imperial court, there was a competitive relationship between them. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the 9 kings would not move together. The King Kong was ranked 10th. Originally, he was not as strong as the Battle King. However, after decades of seclusion, he now had the strength of an advanced 3rd refinement. Moreover, his defensive power was extremely shocking. Unfortunately, in a place like this, the advanced 3rd refinement was not very strong. The King Kong was in a sorry state because he had just escaped from an extreme 3rd refinement hell beast. Fortunately, his defensive power was amazing. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Even so, he was heavily injured. However, he was a cultivator of the path of saintly body. He had formed a spiritual body, and his self-healing ability was amazing. His injuries healed quickly. Should I leave? The King Kong thought to himself. He already knew that with his strength, it would be difficult for him to move around here unless he followed the other kings. However, he had his own dignity and pride. While he was thinking, a sword light quickly approached him. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the King Kong. It's you. The King Kong looked and saw that it was Chu Mu. He was immediately excited. His eyes shone with excitement. Yes, it's me. Chu Mu's voice was very cold. It was like a cold wind from the extreme north. It made the King Kong's body tremble. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. Although he couldn't see through Chu Mu's strength, the Vajra King didn't feel any fear. Instead, he took it seriously. After all, the Battle King had been killed. No matter if he was killed by Chu Mu alone or by them working together, it meant that Chu Mu wasn't weak. Chu Mu did not want to talk nonsense with the King Kong. He stabbed his sword. The sword pierced through the void. It was extremely fast. The King Kong was not good at speed and reaction. Therefore, he was not afraid. He was confident that with his King Kong body, he could withstand Chu Mu's sword. Then, he would use his fists to smash Chu Mu's body. In the next breath, the King Kong knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. Chu Mu's sword directly broke through his amazing defense. His King Kong body, which was able to withstand the attack of the peak of the 3rd refining, was as fragile as tofu under Chu Mu's sword. The sword pierced through the space between his eyebrows and came out from the back of his head. The terrifying power crushed the King Kong's consciousness, leaving only his primordial spirit. Before the King Kong had time to think, his eyes quickly dimmed. His whole body swayed and was about to fall to the ground. The sword was pulled out. The King Kong's body fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Chapter 1981. Night of 100 Ghosts. The Ghost King's ultimate technique caused 100 pitch-black ghost shadows to rapidly charge out of its body. Mournful cries rang out incessantly as its sharp claws tore through the air. Its body shuttled through the void as it attacked Chu-Mu. These ghosts could travel between reality and illusion. They could enter a person's body and affect their soul, causing damage to their spiritual world. However, although the Ghost King's ultimate skill was strange, his strength was far from Chu-Mu's. The difference between the peak of the third refinement and the peak of the fourth refinement was indescribable. With a glare, an incomparably tyrannical mental will accompanied by sword intent shot out. Under Chu-Mu's gaze, the 100 ghost figures were directly torn apart. Miserable cries rang out unceasingly as they all turned into nothingness. The Ghost King's hair stood on end as the sword pierced through the sky. The Ghost King unleashed all of his ghostly energy. 10,000 ghosts devour the heavens. With a loud roar, the Ghost King's body exploded. Endless darkness spread out. The ferocious ghosts covered the sky as if they wanted to devour the heavens. Chu-Mu's vision was completely blocked. He couldn't even see his own fingers. Even the power of his soul was seriously affected. Countless illusions appeared. It was as if he was in hell. Evil ghosts were everywhere. They reached out their claws and bit at him as if they wanted to tear him apart. His incomparably tyrannical mental willpower let Chu-Mu know that all of this was an illusion. However, if he believed it, he would fall into the illusion, and the illusion would become real. The sword will fill the air, and all the illusions were destroyed. The ferocious ghosts all revealed terrified expressions. They melted like snow under the scorching sun and turned into nothingness. The sky was clear, and the earth was clear. A sword pierced through the stars. The Ghost King's body reformed. He looked down at his chest. There was a fist-sized hole. A terrifying power spread out from the wound and covered his entire body. Chu-Mu, you will die too. The mournful voice was like the roar of hell. It was full of curses. It cursed Chu-Mu to die and fall into hell forever. You can't see it. Chu-Mu's tone was very cold. Zhang Xian sheathed the sword, and the Ghost King's body exploded. Even his primordial spirit dissipated, and the curse that he had yet to complete came to an end. With a flick of his sword, the Ghost King's spatial ring fell into his hand. The Vajra King, the Azure King, the Ghost King, and the War King are all dead. There are only 6 kings left. Chu-Mu thought to himself, out of the 10 kings of the imperial dynasty, 4 had died to his sword. However, they were the last 4 kings. The Vajra King specialized in defense, but it was a pity that the difference in strength between him and Chu-Mu was too great. The Azure King was a heaven-sent genius. He used the immortal deity art of the undying Saint Emperor as a reference and created his own evergreen divine art. As long as he wasn't completely destroyed, he could use the evergreen divine art to revive himself. If the Azure King was given enough time, he would definitely become a saint venerable. If it was the ancient era, he would definitely become a saint emperor. Unfortunately, such a heaven-sent genius also died under Chu-Mu's sword. Because the difference in strength was too great, he was completely annihilated. There was no luck. The Ghost King specialized in the Ghost Dao and used his body to devour ghosts. He was extremely terrifying and was an extremely difficult opponent. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. Taking out the fate-chasing disc, Chu-Mu used his mind to outline the image of the Blood King. However, after the image was formed, it dissipated. This meant that the Blood King was no longer in the first prison. Next, the 5th-ranked Dragon King was also no longer in the first prison. The 4th-ranked Evil King had already entered the second prison. There was no need to search for him. The top 3 Saint Kings, the sword of Gojoseon, and the Martial King should have entered the second prison as well. Chu Mu thought, even if they haven't entered yet, they will definitely enter. So, I'll enter the second prison first. A fate-chasing disc could only be used 10 times. Previously, when the Celestials chased after him, he used it once. Chu Mu used it 3 times to kill the Vajra King, the Green King, and the Ghost King. It was the 4th time to chase after the Blood King. So, there were 5 chances left. Making a prompt decision, he communicated with the light in his spiritual world. Chu Mu immediately felt the light explode and rush out of his spiritual world. It wrapped around his body at a speed faster than he could react. Then it was driven by an irresistible force through time and space. It was difficult to distinguish north, south, east, and west. This feeling only lasted for an instant before disappearing. Chu Mu appeared in the second prison. The heaven-earth yuan qi in the second prison was clearly denser and purer than in the first prison. It was at least twice as dense. However, the sky was also dark. A loud, rumbling sound came from afar, and the ground trembled. Chu Mu looked into the distance. In the distance, a volcano was spewing magma recklessly. Red light spread out, illuminating a corner of the sky. A blazing aura also spread out. The second prison was also known as the volcanic prison. Volcanoes were everywhere, and magma could erupt at any time. It was dangerous. I wonder how I can enter the third prison from the second prison. Chu Mu thought to himself. He took out the fate-chasing disc and entered the image of the evil king. This time, the needle on the fate-chasing disc started to move. From the looks of it, the evil king was still in the second prison. Since the fate-chasing disc had locked onto his location, Chu Mu immediately moved. The Blood King was the 6th of the 10 kings of the imperial court. Originally, his cultivation was higher than the War King's. After going into seclusion, he broke through to the 4th refinement, becoming a peak early-stage 4th refinement expert. However, only 2 of his celestial generals had reached the 3rd refinement. The strength of a peak early-stage 4th refinement expert was already quite powerful. He easily killed the Hell Beast at the peak of the 3rd refinement in the first prison and obtained the qualifications to enter the second prison. Furthermore, he was quite lucky. The 2 celestial generals under him also obtained the qualifications to enter the second prison. However, they were unlucky. As soon as they entered, they happened to be at the mouth of a volcano. The Blood King and the remaining celestial generals had been in the second prison for a few days. They gradually found some clues as to how to enter the third prison. Now he wanted to try and see if his guess was true. Perhaps it was fated that he would die under Chu Mu's sword. Therefore, the direction Blood King was advancing in just happened to be opposite of Chu Mu's. Then they coincidentally met. Meeting the Blood King was an accident. When he met Chu Mu, the Blood King was first stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his handsome face. It was a smile of someone who had searched high and low for something only to find it by chance. There's no door to hell but you barged in. I'll send you on your way. The Blood King did not hesitate at all. He struck out with his palm. The blood-colored palm instantly expanded, like a huge blood-colored millstone that suppressed the world. Blood handprint. It was one of the Undying Saint Emperor's 10 ultimate techniques. Its power was not inferior to the heavenly evil palm. However, the Blood King's cultivation was far inferior to Diablo's. Compared to Chu Mu, the difference was even greater. He slashed out with his sword, slicing apart the huge blood handprint and tearing the void apart. The killing intent on the Blood King's face turned into fear. Unable to dodge, the sword light turned slightly and killed Diablo's celestial general. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the Blood King's head, using the Mara Mystic technique to search his soul. Every time the Mara Mystic technique was used, it needed a period of time before it could be used again. This way, it would not cause damage to one's soul. The interval was closely related to the strength of one's soul and will. In the first prison, when Chu Mu killed King Vajra, King Qing, and Ghost King, he did not use the Mara mystic technique. It was not that he did not want to use it, but that he could not. But now the interval had passed, and he could use it again. He was not interested in the Blood King's memories, so he directly ignored them and skimmed through them. Suddenly, Chu Mu stopped because he found that the most recent memories were related to the second and third prisons. In the Blood King's memories, Chu Mu had only intercepted the method to enter the third prison from the second prison. Therefore, the burden was not that great. The Blood King's method was just a guess. Whether it was true or not, he had to try it himself to prove it. Since the Blood King was dead, Chu Mu knew of this method and would naturally try it himself. However, according to the world spirit's words on the world monument, the corresponding deep blue god pearl could be used in the corresponding deep blue 18 purgatories. Chu Mu took out a deep blue god pearl with 3 stars on it. It was a 3-star god pearl. He tried to communicate with it, but realized that he could not enter the third purgatory. Could it be that I can only use the 3-star divine pearl in the third prison and enter the fourth prison directly? Chu Mu guessed. If it was true, then the qualification to enter the first prison was to leave a mark on the world steel. And the person who entered the second prison from the first prison must have used a 1-star divine pearl. Another question arose. What if the divine pearl was on someone who did not enter the deep blue 18 prisons? Chu Mu was puzzled. He had no way to investigate, so he could only try using the Blood King's method. Not far away, there was a volcano that had yet to erupt. Chu Mu quickly came to the volcano's crater and looked inside. With his current strength, even if the volcano erupted, it would not kill him. At most, he would be in a sorry state. The Blood King guessed that the way to enter the third prison was to enter the volcano and obtain an item. But as for what it was, he would only know after entering the volcano. Without any hesitation, Chu Mu entered the volcano's crater. Below him was boiling magma that constantly bubbled. When the bubbles burst, an extremely high temperature was emitted. Following that, there was a strong smell of sulfur that was very pungent. His spiritual power spread out and entered the magma. He carefully searched to see if there was anything that could catch his attention. After all, the Blood King was only guessing and had not confirmed it. The blazing heat constantly spread out. Chu Mu felt like he was being roasted over a fire. If not for his great improvement in strength, he would not have been able to withstand it. An hour later, Chu Mu's eyes lit up as he discovered something. He grabbed at the magma with his left hand and immediately grabbed a spot of light. The light appeared and directly entered Chu Mu's spiritual world. It was the key to enter the third prison.